Alright, roll the dice. Tell me who's fucking doing a recap. Captain's not in either fucking...
I'm in Jukebox, and I'm about to be in Tabletop. I might need to pee.
Oh my god.
Pee your pants.
Oh, yeah, I do have a glass right next to me.
We're fucking 15 minutes late here, and you couldn't have already peed?
12 minutes. I only had to go 12:59.
Don't be argumentative.
Just go pee.
Why does this dice always shrink back down?
I didn't do it this time.
I need some more fucking RAM. Alright.
The last four things you said have been
completely disjointed, right? Like...
Cause everything's slow. It takes like I got 5 applications.
We got dying dog. We got sexy women. I gotta pee, and then whatever the fuck you just said.
I need more RAM.
Yeah.
David, I think you're doing the recap. You rolled a 14.
Oh
yes.
Fuck me.
Nice. It's always a victory when he does it.
Okay. We were on a boat.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers. And we got off the boat. My orc buddy from the one shot bumped into me. Only me and Sarah noticed. We got off. We met with Soup's buddy that we needed to meet with. Like a dumbass, we weren't thinking and unleashed hell upon the marketplace. That was super neat and cool. Got word that Cyriel's going to the dwarf place as well. Then we started heading there. So many kids saw. Cyriel already probably knows that we're dumbasses and probably alive. That's neat as well. Sarah wants to murder a dude. Hopefully she doesn't. Repus fucking opened up a letter that he could have had opened so long ago. But he didn't. And he hates himself to this day for that.
No, I don't.
And then we're talking to fucking Daddy Boy, and I think that's where we left off, right? My horse is outside. I gave him an order to be like, yo, if anything fishy happens, get my attention.
We're not speaking to Daddy Boy. We are speaking to the leader of the Iron Fist. It's fine. You were very close. It's like 2/10 to the side, so you were almost there.
Thank you. Did I miss? I mean, that was a very shitty recap, but I feel like I hit the key points. A lot of information was transferred.
We talked to Carrick's Weaver lady friend, and I gave her pelts, and she paid me, and she's gonna make some clothes and stuff.
Yeah, how did I miss the my favorite thing about last session?
I don't know.
The whole thing, whatever. Yeah, we went to the market. We did some shit.
My favorite part. Yeah, we went to the market. We did some shit.
Well, I mean, it's a recap. I don't need to. I'm not gonna write an essay about it.
Okay.
I enjoyed myself.
You can recap however you recap. All right. So with that,
I wanted a more accurate recap. You wouldn't let us roll dice and allow me to.
So with that, Mulric invites you all into his tent, and you follow him in, leaving the horses outside. As you enter, again, you see off on the far side of the tent a large king-size bed. Between you and that bed, there's a large conference table. And then closest to you is a large counter, all different types of liquors on top of it. Beside it is an extremely large vase, probably taller than a dwarf. And on the other side of that counter is a large box. Flint, you would know that boxes like this are pretty typical, and it's usually filled with cigars and smoking pipes and stuff like that. On the far left side of the tent is a small lounge area, like with a coffee table and a sofa and a couple chairs. On the far right side is a large basically a bathtub. Mulric kind of walks in front of you, walks straight up to that counter, begins pouring himself a drink, looks back over his shoulder. Why? What are we gonna have? Looking at you, Flint.
I'll have an ale. Does anyone else want anything?
I do.
Hey, 6 ales, all right. And he takes a bottle. Flint, you know immediately this isn't ale, and he pours 7 glasses. It's not ale. This is some kind of liquor. He grabs them all and he kind of puts them on this tray, and then he walks over to all of you guys. It seems like he pretty much fucking ignored your request, and he's giving you what he's giving you.
Okay. Flint will say nothing and pick it up and start drinking. Alright, Mulric, as I told you before, we were interested.
Wait! Straight to business, I know, but everybody else, grab a drink. Dwarves don't do business without a drink in their hand. Seems to be like a small glass of some kind of like sipping liquor.
Okay, I take a sip.
So you grab a glass and you kind of sip it. Very bitter taste. Burns the whole way down. Does not taste good.
Damien takes a sip. Is this like shittier or better than I would have had in the military?
Damien, you know this taste. This is some kind of bourbon, but it's incredibly bitter, and it's like if you were to take a good bourbon and mix it with rubbing alcohol.
Excellent. As I start to put my drink down, I look at the rest of the party and I say, drink it slow if you want to be coherent.
And he kind of gestures you all to this conference table. He takes a seat at one end, not at the head of the table, but just kind of like off to the side, one end. And he says, "All right, business, Flint."
All right. So very quickly, Flint picks up and gives a good, a gulp. Puts it down and says, "Alright, some of the things I'm going to say are crazy, Mulric. I've legitimately been experiencing crazy ever since I was in that continent. If after I say things, there are things you just can't believe in, please tell me. I think we have ways of proving magically that we are telling the truth. So, starting from the beginning.
As I cast my charisma buff on him.
Okay.
So, starting from the beginning, Cyril essentially forced all of us, except for Damien, and I point to Damien, to go into Treston. He used a small happening that happened to one of our previous group members. And he then threatened almost all of us into going. We got on a boat, we got there, and we got to see Shilinsta, the city. There's a ton of dwarves there, Mulric. They have this mark, and I show them still the painted mark, the painted slave mark.
So it's not painted, it almost looks like a brand. It looks like you have a brand on the back of your hand.
Okay. This is a slave mark, Mulric. They are chaining our people to poles and forcing them to do work. I saw one dwarf chained to a statue for trying to escape. I saw dwarves in the arenas being forced to fight for entertainment. But
Damien's just nodding the whole time.
But that's not why we were there. We were able to save 2 of them. They were Gin Deep's Mulric.
His brow kind of furrows when you say that, but doesn't say anything.
We talked to them a little bit. They seemed to be quite angry at the situation, obviously, and we moved north. We were taking them to a refugee camp of several previous slaves. There we found, before that we found the town in flames. We ignored it, moved on, and reached the refugee camp we were talking about. Apparently they had a good amount of Jindeeps there as well, and a bunch of other small races. Seems to be the only people they enslaved in Shilinsa. The the Jindeeps apparently had destroyed the town before. They were retaliating their situation and somehow obtained some Shalinsian weapons and used them on the populace. We chided them for it, and eventually they left. I know where they are, where their home is supposed to be. We continued on with the mission that Cyril gave us, and we infiltrated a Shalinsian armory. The objective was to obtain several of the crystals that they were creating weapons with. Are you aware of these?
Hussein takes a deep breath. I know of the crystals, obviously. Cyril made it known to me, Home, and Ilg, that they can be used for more, and he said he would talk of it during the summit in the coming days.
Well, what we saw, they joined the crystal with a weird black metal base, and it can be used with, I believe, some kind of magical touch. At least it was how we figured out it would work. And it creates a huge explosion. It's how they destroyed the town, the Jindeeps. I don't know how they obtained these bombs. But, yeah. We attempted to infiltrate it. We weren't too successful at first. We tried to use some guerrilla tactics to draw them out and start thinning their numbers before we did an assault. But instead of that, we managed to hide inside one of our people, and I point to Abot, my friend Abot here. And he managed to assassinate the leader of the armory. However, we did not manage to obtain the crystal.
As you gesture to Abot, so his brow has been furrowed. He's kind of leaning on the table, both hands around his drink, kind of just leaning in, listening. Again, his very short gray and brown beard kind of hugging his lower jaw. And then his very short haircut, again, grayed. His brown eyes kind of focused on you intently and blinking very few, no real expression on his face. Again, this is an older dwarf. Bags under his eyes, slight wrinkles around the cheek and around the mouth. As every now and then his eyes squint a little at something you say, and you see the crow's feet at the side of his eyes. He's leans in, and the expression changes for a moment as you mentioned that, and one eyebrow kind of raises for a second and then sets back down, back into that furrowed state.
For that eyebrow, and I go, Abot here is Savrasian Golem.
Mm-hmm.
But he is fully sentient.
Kind of looks over at Abot, and then back at you. Doesn't say anything.
Either way, I'm assured that eventually he'll be able to prove it to you. I know it's crazy. Either way, we decided that we have to figure out how to obtain the crystals Cyril told us to get, or we're gonna get killed the moment we step into the marketplace, or bad things are gonna happen. We took a detour, and after this detour, Molruk, things got crazy. Like, from here on out, it's already really hard to believe what I'm still telling you, but from here on out, things lose all sense of reality. First things first, we were walking north. We made a prisoner on the armory, and he cooperated with us and actually did not seem to want to do too much service to the Shalinsians at Dragonborn, part of the tribes of that area. And he asked us to take him there, and he would help Carrick, and I point to Carrick, who is a follower of Goibinu, in learning about blacksmithing. I thought it might be at least an interesting opportunity, if nothing else.
Looks at Carrick, looks him up and down, looks back at you. He raises his glass to his lips, takes a small sip. You see his arm. He's just got these very thick arms, hair covered from wrist to wrist to elbow where his sleeve cuts off. You see that around his wrist is this large bracelet with the Iron Fist insignia on it. Kind of takes that sip and puts his glass down. And leans back in on the table.
And we went. However, midway, Kira, and I point to Kira, she was always a remarkable archer and a powerful ally. And she heard a wolf owl, one that seemed to be grieving. And she asked us to go see what it was. At the time, I didn't think too much of it, but we went. And what I saw, Mulrook, was an enormous white crystal surrounded by vines grabbing onto what seemed to be big fungus people. And the crystal inside of it had a wolf with antlers. She released them through a strange ritual using flowers. And
as you're saying that, he takes another sip and then kind of leans back in the chair, his arms fold across his chest. His expression doesn't change.
And the wolf destroyed the things. And then what Kira explained to us is that the wolf is a daughter of Freya. And that she was meant to cleanse corruption. Do we have, looking around, do we have space around the tent?
No, not in the tent. It's pretty tightly packed with everything that's in it.
What if we move the coffee table?
If you, you would have like 10 feet maybe between the chairs. Like you could probably try to clear out that whole space, but there isn't a lot. I could draw it out for you if you would like, if you need it, but there's just not a lot of space in general.
And she appears on top of the bed.
Is that what you want to do?
I mean,
you sure about that?
Would she fit?
Excuse me.
She's 10 feet by 10 feet, right? I look around and I say, Kira, can you clear some space and show it to him?
Alright. I start moving the coffee table and the chairs and shit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna draw it all out for you. So, here is the table you guys are sitting at. Here is the counter. Here's that vase thing. Here's that bathtub. Here's that coffee table. Here's the bed.
So we could potentially put her over here, no?
Yeah, I mean, you certainly could.
Okay. Can you show her then, Kira?
Alright, I come over here.
Okay.
And I reach out to Ivris. I say, Ivris, we're trying to prove the existence of Freya to someone very important. Could you come to me, please?
And as you say that, Ivris appears next to you and takes up the space. And as you kind of walk over to that side of the room, the children all kind of watch you and they know what's coming and they're kind of smiling. Mulric, his eyes are following you. His head isn't turning at first. He kind of just follows you out of the corner of his eye, and then once you stop, he turns his head and looks back at Flint, looks at you, and you summon the wolf. His arms are still folded across his chest, and he's leaning back. And as the wolf appears, he doesn't really have a reaction. He looks back at Flint, gives a slight nod, and looks back at you, Kira.
Alright. And I take out the letter and I put it on the counter. And I say, she can speak to the wolf. And apparently the wolf has told her names of others like him. She, at this moment, I'll keep on with the story afterwards, but to this moment she has been able to obtain two more. And the names of the wolves, she said, are compliant. They're the same as the ones on the letter. I don't know. Another thing that we discovered from speaking to the wolf is that the cleaning of corruption that these wolves do seems to give corruption back to the keeper of these wolves. And the corruption is in description and what looks like Kira has now in a small portion, very similar to what Darsha had.
Grabs that glass and takes another sip, finishing the glass and putting it down.
Either way, I'll continue my story. We continued to the village of the Dragonborn, with the wolf in tow. And this part is less important to what I'm reporting to you, but we found some frogs that could wipe people's memories away. We fought them and killed them, but we lost a man in the process. One of our original members of our group. We left and continued to the Bleeding Dunes. Through this process, we read the diary of the captain of that armory, and apparently the Bleeding Dunes had what he believed to be an earth forge. I didn't believe it at first. I thought they were myths. But we went inside those dunes. We found corpses of dwarves and other little races scattered across the mines and fused into these creatures that came and attacked us. We eventually dispatched those creatures, and we went down further into the mines and found a room filled with Sabrassian golems used previously by the Shalinsians, and a door, big stone door with all the symbols of the clans: the Tattered Shore, the Iron Fist, the High Cliff.
As you're saying this, he gets up, kind of scoots the chair back, gets up, walks over to that liquor counter. As you're still talking, he kind of looks at you and just kind of waves you on to continue, grabs a bottle, goes to start pouring it in that glass, and then kind of stands the bottle up, and then just walks over with the glass and the bottle, puts both on the table, and sits back down all while you're talking.
We attempted to investigate the door, but things went badly. Abot here is corrupted. We don't know exactly by what. We have some suspicions, but I can't confirm you that. So it's really not part of a report, any kind of my own speculation. But the fact is that he accidentally corrupted the rest of the golems. We had to remove their crystals very quickly and managed to do so, but had to run away as the Shalinsians came. They occupied the entire dunes in almost 2 days, and they were coming down into the Earth Forge. And because they were such a big force, we ran. We went back up and left. At that point, we separated from the people of Cyril and continued on our own way. We were trying to look for the rest of the wolves of Kira. The reason why we did so was because Carrick, he can hear his god.
He looks at Carrick.
I just give a very small nod.
And looks back at Flint. Like, his eyes roll back to you, Flint, and then his head follows.
I know this is really hard to believe. We've had a lot of people not believe us, but everything he said has, that he would never know otherwise, have been consistent with the truth. And he told us that calamities are coming. And one of those calamities was a good amount of corruption, so we thought that maybe obtaining more wolves could be beneficial to us. We did so. We went north to some mountains where the wolf could sniff another one. We went on top of the mountain and we discovered through some magical means before that there were Shalinsians making experiments with children, Orcish children, in one of the camps nearby. We went up there. We were intending to give aid to the tribe of orcs to recover their children, but found them torturing and corrupting the wolf. We talked to them, but things didn't go that well. They threatened us. Eventually, things went down badly. Without giving any details, I think you can gather what happened from that. From the remainders, we talked to an older woman, an orcish woman, and she said she said that essentially they did this to the wolf, thinking that it would help them get back their children, but well, it didn't go that well. Their leader was very aggressive and foolish. We used the wolf to cleanse the corrupted other wolf and went down into the camp. We killed every single Shilinsian officer there and rescued the children. We did so with help. There were mercenaries that the Shilinsian were employing called the Splinter. They are Eularians. Do you remember the stories about the wolf people, Ulrich?
I do.
They were that. They could turn into these monstrous wolf people. Apparently they did not like the Shilinsians very much, as they genocided almost their entire people. So they promptly turned on the Shilinsians when we asked them and offered them a good amount of gold. We destroyed the camp, took the children, and eventually hoped to give back the children to at least the remainders of the tribe. But the woman did not take them back. She said that Kira would be their mother now, and she gave her a vision, supposedly, and I pick up the letter again, that she saw in the fires. And it's very similar to what's saying here. She saw us dwarves fighting in golden and black armor, and with the children grown and in ships fighting. We didn't think too much of this, but we still took the children. We weren't going to leave them there. After all, it's our fault we didn't have a tribe anymore. We brought them with us. We left. We trained them. We gave them a shelter, and we hoped to come back and talk to you about this, about these calamities, about the Earthforge, about the wolves, and about my mother potentially having been a keeper. And another thing that we discovered in the midst of all of this is that they have an entire island, Bolruk, where they mine these crystals using our people. And Bolruk, I don't know what to do next. We know something's coming. I almost died several times. I myself am corrupted with the same things from Abot attempting to heal me.
Turns and looks at Abot again. His eyes look at Abot up and down, and then looks back to you. Everybody should roll an insight check. Anybody with above a 20 would see the slightest wince at the mention of Balrog and the enslaved dwarves. His lips kind of snap to a frown for less than a millisecond, and then he goes back to stone facing.
If you can just clarify, it's explicitly when he says the name Balrog?
When he says the people are being used to mine the crystals.
So, okay. So that part. Gotcha. Thank you.
It's like there's a wince around his mouth, like to form almost a frown, not even a full frown, like just like it's like his lips kind of just tremble for a second, like the edges of his lips.
I know all of this is very hard to believe, Morg. We do have magic that could at least prove that we're speaking the truth. And I don't know what to do next. We are stuck with all of these prophecies and a bunch of things that don't truly connect together, and we're stuck, and our people are suffering. I'm lost.
And kind of takes that bottle, pours out some more of that liquor into it, and takes another sip. Kind of just sits there in silence for a moment, to see if you're done speaking, and then he looks at the others. His eyes kind of scan the room, scan the children, scan Kira and the wolf, looking to see if anybody else has anything else to say.
Yeah, Damien speaks up. He says, I've known Flint the least amount of time, but I've never known him to speak a lie, and everything he speaks of is true. One moment, please. I reach into my backpack and I pull out a fragment of a Shalinstian banner that's covered in blood. And I throw it on the table. I say, I'm not proud of it, but I used to be a Shalinstian. The things they do are awful. They enslave, beat people of your kind. I fled the military, but there are more that would happily strike your kind.
Kind of looks at you, just kind of staring into your eyes as you're saying all this, not breaking eye contact at all.
I look at Carrick and I look at the rest of the party, and I say, Flint as well, and I say, these two dwarfs are more friend than I have had in years. They are good men, and they're good fighters, and their truth is what they speak.
As you,
I would like to just find somewhere to take a seat.
So I assumed that you guys were all standing around this table as he was talking. Are you gonna sit at the table?
If there's a chair there, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a long table, about 15 feet long. He's been sitting in one chair, and I assumed you guys have all just been standing around it at the table. Are you gonna sit?
I don't want to sit like directly in the middle. I just want to literally Carrick's just kind of tired. He wants to just grab a seat off to the edge. But he also wants to see what reaction that I'll get from the guy.
Yeah, so he's sitting here. There is a chair here, but it seems that he intentionally did not take the head of the table.
Can I take this chair?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. As this is happening, I reach forward towards the banner and I point at it and I say, more blood of your kind has been spilled than that is on this banner. If I have my way, I plan on preventing any more.
So as Carrick, as you kind of pull the chair out and sit, he kind of just watches you do it. Then he looks back up at Damien as Damien continues to talk. Still not saying anything.
It's likely to eventually come.
As you say that, he kind of again looks at you, and then lets silence take the air. Kind of scans the room again to see if anybody else has anything else to add. And as that silence lingers for 10 seconds, that feels like an eternity. He leans up on the table, puts both elbows on it, brings this one fist balled and the other hand kind of clasps over it gently, brings them both to his lips. looks down at the table at his drink, grabs the drink and swirls it. The jovial demeanor that you saw when you guys were outside completely diminished as you've been telling this story. He looks up at you, Flint. Aye, so what would you have me do? What do you want of the Iron Fist? Why are you here?
I need help and I need guidance. I know that you see what's happening. Like, I know that if nothing else.
If you have a request, make it.
If I may, sir,
Looks over to you.
we need information about the Earthforge, its capabilities, how to access it, how long it's been since it's been accessed.
The Earthforge is the best kept secret of the Dernkist. It was built years ago. Knowledge of it is passed down from leader to leader of each of the clans. When the Jindeep ran, and then were ended, the ability to open the Earthforge was lost.
And why is that?
There are 4 keys required to open it, and only a united Dernkist is capable. He takes, you see that bracelet that's been on his wrist, and he kind of grabs it with one hand. Still on his wrist. 4 keys. 4 clasps. To open the door. The fires within the Earthforge burn hotter than any fires a dwarf can make.
Would those 4 clasps be here at this meeting?
There is one with me, one with Alg, one with home. The Jindeeps were lost.
So there's...
It is probably in the hands of the Celestians by now.
It's potentially better than not knowing where it is.
So
They definitely want to come here.
We also,
They are. Sorry, go ahead.
we also know that the Jindeeps have made camp deep in the south.
You said you met some Jindeep.
Yes.
What were their names?
Alright, let me look at Legend Keeper.
Well, Carrick and
One was
Derek.
Ernst.
Well, by the way, I can't get Legend Keeper to open on Microsoft Edge. Is
Oh.
anybody else?
Well, there's your first
I use
fucking
Chrome.
problem. You're using
Well,
Microsoft
so
Edge.
Chrome has too many tabs on it.
What?
What?
I have like literally probably 30 or 40 tabs, so the RAM it would take.
Do you not make folders?
I mean,
Wait, why do you have 30 or 40 tabs open on Chrome?
Because I like having things.
Oh my god.
So you're a
That's
lunatic
why
is
that's
what-
why your computer is slow, bro. Holy
Yo,
shit.
dude.
Okay. Anyways, back to the game. Oh my god.
I will say Dernst. Dernst Jindeep.
Dernst. Can you describe the man?
I'll tell him his description: the big beard, the pen, old man. I think he was old, right?
You say pin?
Yeah.
You described it as a pin? He had a
I
pin?
described that he has a beard with a pen. Long black beard with a pen.
Do you describe what that... You call it a pin. Can you describe what that looked like to him?
Sure, you said it looks pretty much like the symbol, right? If I can recall.
Roll a history check.
Okay.
I feel like Carrick would know.
Carrick's also deferring a lot of the conversation to
It's
Flint.
almost 17. Nope. That's 5.
Oh, 5. So yeah, you tell him Dernst, and you describe his face, and you describe a pin in his beard, and he kind of looks at you, and The name Dernst. Dernst Jindeep is the brother of Olin Jindeep. If it's the same Dernst, and if he could bring you to Olin, Olin should have the key. But again, as far as Dernkist knows, the Shalinstians raided the Jindeep's fortress, destroyed it, killed them all.
There's some alive.
And
That's it.
where is this Dernst now?
I was told that he was going south, and at the time I was told the specific directions to go to the thing. I can probably on our chat eventually, but I'll just say the directions that I was told.
Those directions mean nothing to me. I've never been to the Jindeep's home. But if you do have contact with Jindeep and your desire is to open the Earth Forge, let's just start. Then, if your desire is open the Earth Forge, you have to convince Holm and Eilg to wave the banner of Dernkist and give you the key.
Another thing, I'm not sure if Ael would ever agree.
Why would?
Holm is its own story, but Aelg, we remember the spell that I told you about that that forced someone to say the truth. We used it on the Eularians because at the time I thought it was weird that we knew about these wolfmen. So I asked them about it, and they told me that the Tattered Shore had already gone to and made deals with them far before. But then when
Are
pressed,
you saying that
that's-
that the Tattered Shore made deals with the Shalinstians? Is that what you're saying? What am I not understanding?
No. Alright, from the start, we first asked the Eularians, the wolf people, how they knew the dwarves. How is it that their story was passed down to us? And they said that the Tattered Shore had already had deals with the Eularians far before when they weren't completely destroyed. But then we pressed more and used that spell to obtain the truth from them. And he gave me an accurate description and the name Elk that has been seen. I'm not going to say working because that's not the detail that I had, but seen in the Shalinstian facility with one of the red crystals that can create the wolves. The facility that has that crystal, not Elk.
As you say this again, he's falling into that silence as he listens to you. And he kind of looks at you and then begins to scan the rest of everyone to see if anybody else has anything else to add.
I stood up for like 30 seconds, so I completely missed it.
He mentioned Ale being seen at the red crystal of the Ilarians.
Okay.
I turn to Mulruk from where I've been standing next to Ivris, and I say, a few years ago, my village, at the northeastern part of Karnak, was attacked by a monster. I've spent the past few years training so that I could kill this monster. And recently, I saw another one of these monsters. Turns out they're Yalarians. When they turn into this monstrous wolf bat form, the beast just takes them over. They become feral. And I believe that Ael Tattershore may have been the one that massacred my village.
And what proof do you have of any of this?
Does he keep his hands covered at all times?
His hands?
His hands, his arm. Does he refuse to let anyone touch his hands?
Kind of squints his eyes. I do not see the Tattered Shore often. But when I do, he is covered.
There's a possibility.
I'm not saying to just go up and say, hey, can I see your hand? But if given the opportunity, I would recommend uncovering them.
And if he is this beast, what of that?
Then tread carefully.
And, well, if he's been seen in Shalinstian facilities without the Shalinstians kicking him out or making him a slave, well, then I think the implication is obvious. For reference, whenever we were interested in found Shalinstian forces, we were attacked almost on sight.
He begins to take one hand and he's massaging the palm of his other. You can see that he's deep in thought. He kind of lifts his head. And if you can open the Earth Forge, what will you do with it?
We have the belief that the metals that the Sabrassians have are capable of using yellow crystals because the golems are able to hold them. For reference, the purple crystals are essentially a power source, and they can be released explosively. The yellow crystals are able to give sentience to the golems. Experiments that we have heard of have the Shalinstians use the same methods. They have used the purple crystals but yellow on their weapons and armor, and it has had very bad results. It seems from their own experiments that they believe that Sabrassian metal would have a better result. We are both hoping to gain this for ourselves, so that we could have any kind of fighting chance should they invade, or should we be able to take back Bulwark.
Also,
but it is a long shot.
Also, as Brother Flint mentioned, I do get in contact with Guibniu from time to time, and he believes that accessing the Earth Forge would be a sound step forward.
Toward what?
Allowing us to arm ourselves with greater capabilities than our enemies.
Who are our enemies?
Well,
The Shalinstians have not attacked any of the Dwarven clans, nor the market.
no, but they're attacking you via attrition.
Are they?
I believe so.
Until
They
you've
are-
brought any of this to me, the only inclination that I have had of issues with the Shalinstians is the whispers of Cyril. And that man is hungry for power.
Yes, he is.
Can I say something really quick? I look at
Go
the
ahead.
others. The Schlinstians want to open the Earth Forge, and if they've figured out that these keys are needed to open it, it's only a matter of time before they come here to massacre you.
His head kind of rolls back, kind of looking at you from the bottom of his eyes as you say that, and
if they do know about these keys, it's very convenient that 3 of them are here.
Precisely.
Additionally, they have been bringing crystals into the market for a while now. We don't know specifically why. And they have created a colony, you know of this, in Tennis.
and we trade with it frequently.
But it's
Since over the
already
past
a
month,
foothold.
I would not say it's a foothold, it is a town.
Your entire market is littered with those crystals. In the wrong hands, they could be turned into bombs. In the wrong hands, that entire market could go up in flames, and faster than I could snap my fingers. You've been trading with something that you don't know the power of, that your enemy, or possible enemy, does know.
He stands up. He walks around to the back of the chair and he pushes the chair in. And now he's leaning on the back of the chair, his forearms kind of resting on it. The glass in his hand, kind of holding it by the top with three fingers and kind of just swirling it. He's taking one foot and he's kind of taking the toe of his boot and kind of just like tapping it on the ground behind him with a bent knee, while the other stands like locked, holding him in place. So what it sounds that you're asking me is to lead the Iron Fist to war.
The Iron Fist by themselves are not doing anything.
I know that.
That's the issue.
And so I will not. So, actually, here's what I see. You telling me that the gods want me to go to war with a Shalinstian force that I cannot beat unless I access the Earthforge and what? Destroy the Savrasians in order to make weapons? And even then, I don't have enough blacksmiths to make enough weapons for an army. And how long do I have before I'm attacked?
We don't know.
What we're saying is we're not saying to go to war. We're saying war is coming to you, whether you like it or not. Whether you know this or not, it's coming.
If the visions on the fire that both my mother had and this orc woman had are to be trusted, we should have some time. The children appear to groan in that vision.
The children appeared grown. These children. Here.
Yes. Yes.
How grown?
Teenagers.
The teenagers.
Are you saying we have years?
I hope so, but that's also one of the reasons why I had to come to you. There's a lot I don't know. I don't know the next step to take.
I'll tell you this. I will not commit the Iron Fist unless the High Cliff and Tattered Shore are committed as well.
Do you think Holm would listen to me if I told him this?
It will take convincing, and he will not be as receptive as I am. I trusted your mother, Flint. I trust you. And while all of this is extravagant, lavish even, you have some proof. Looks at the wolf. And the whispers I've heard from Cyril, and the fact that he wants to speak at the market, all align with what you've brought me. Has anything that you've told me here tonight been relayed to Cyril? Is he aware of it?
I don't know how much he was told by the people that were with us. They did not see us past the dunes. So the part with the experiments, the Ularians, and the part about the leader of the Tattered Shore, he shouldn't know.
But he does know.
I don't know how much access he does. But everything else he does.
Did Cyril tell you, or his people tell you, why you were sent there in the first place?
No.
To Tristan?
Looks at you, nods slightly.
He told us to disrupt the Shalinstein Empire, that's all.
We did question the people that went with us, and him. No real answers were gotten out of that. Other than the person who's been killing a bunch of people to make the children that Cyril has.
He raises an eyebrow to you. What is this?
The people, the little kids that Cyril has, that go around the mark and do his bidding and give him information.
Yes, his eyes and his ears, yes.
They had obviously parents before, but they were killed by one of his henchmen, I guess. We know who this henchman is.
If everything you've told me is true, the chess piece is at play here. Not even acknowledging your words of the gods. Everything else by itself. To attack the Shalinsteans with, what? Maybe 250,000 strong dwarves? And then leave it for who? Leave that power gap for who? For Cyril?
I don't know. We don't need to destroy the Empire. But we need to make it unsustainable for us to get it.
You do not
They're
go
already
to
fighting.
war without a definition of what you are fighting for. You fight for belief, and when that belief has been realized, you no longer are at war. You are telling me, or maybe asking me, to go to a war with no foreseeable end.
If I may, sir, currently we don't know what the next step is. I believe the intention, at least for myself, was to come for information and at least a sympathetic ear. Whatever you can provide or can commit to now would be appreciated, but at the very least we understand the magnitude of the situation you're describing. That is not something that clearly at this point is feasible to commit to. Again, if you could provide us with potentially lodging for the next couple of weeks, if necessary, as well as more information regarding the Earth Forge. I'm sure some of my compatriots have other requests as well for information. At the very least for this evening, that would be more than sufficient.
Lodging is yours to take. Find an empty tent or bring your own. Anywhere in the space that Cyril has provided us. As far as more information about the Earthforge, I'm not sure what you want. It'll burn through the forges within, and the squelching waters within will allow you to use materials found deep within the core of this world. Materials more rare than that of the Savrassians. At least, that's how the stories go. I've never been in the forge myself.
If you could expand on something for me, please, sir. The Earthforge was obviously considered a great treasure, which is why it was sealed with 4 different keys, but what has it been used for in the past?
As the myth goes, it was used to create the Hammer of Dernkist. Arm the Hammer of Dernkist The Hammer of the South. There was a war between the tribes of Treston long ago and the dwarves that lived there. When the lizards took the northern portions of the island and pushed the dwarves down and away, they forged the Hammer of Dernkist. Something that was said to be a weapon of the gods. I know not what it was made of, I know not what it did. But as the story goes, the lizards just in sheer numbers overwhelmed Dernkist and pushed us here to Karnik. After some time, Treston changed, the Shalinstians made their way through. And when the hammer was broken and the Jindeep scattered, they made their way back to our old home, Treston. And I think you know the story from there.
Thank you.
You said the hammer was broken. Do you know where the pieces are?
The hammer is a metaphor,
Let's see.
right? It's a story. The Earthforge, I don't think it has magical properties. I don't think it is anything more than a spot within the earth using natural resources to burn hotter than any other spot can. It's below the lava pits of the dunes. The Hammer of Dernkist is the unity between the clans. We were a force to be reckoned with. Other nations had no means to stop a dwarvish onslaught, the berserkers leading the charge. The hammer is a metaphor.
Why were we separated? What happened?
Disagreements. Much like you will see in these coming days of the summit. Trivial things. When men and women have no real problems, they make them. When a monster is created, a monster must be fed. The Hammer of Dernkist was a monster. He takes another swig of that glass.
Well, the letter of my mother, it mentions these weapons of the gods.
Okay.
Do you want to read it?
I trust you, Flint. I've trusted you through all of this. If you say the letter says it, it's not my letter to read.
Would you read it anyway, though, please? There might be some kind of context in it that we didn't catch, that you...
Takes a
She
big,
trusted you, Mora.
deep breath.
I trust
No, the letter wasn't from me, but I'll read it. He takes the letter from you. Begins to look it over. Did you guys do anything as he's reading it?
Flint is fidgeting with his feet. That's it.
I would like to take a minute to do primeval awareness.
Okay. You are getting a large quantity of readings
Great.
all around you.
Is there one in the tent?
It's such a mass that you can't tell, like, the way that the sensing works. It's kind of just, you feel it tingling up your spine just all around you. pinpointing any one little piece. Not possible.
I ask Ivris to scent around briefly and see if she can smell any nearby, smell any corruption or anything.
Looks to Flint. Looks to Abot. Puts her nose to the ground. Looks at you, and whispers to your mind. Should I follow the scent? Her teeth flare out for a moment as she looks to the entrance of the tent. Or the exit of the tent, I guess.
Not yet. I just wanted to know if there were any in the vicinity. We'll go look later.
I definitely have a scent. It is close, but not here.
I turn to Flint while Mulrook is reading. Flint, Ivris has the scent of a monstrosity. She's asking if she should follow it, and I think it might be Aelg.
Well, if it's Aelg, it should be very close.
She said it is very close. And my monster sense is getting tons of readings. Hundreds.
Do you think the tattered shore?
I don't know what else it could be.
Shit.
You guys are talking in common, right?
I mean, yeah, that's the only language we have in common.
Well, yeah, sure. I just...
But you're saying this within earshot of,
Right. Of everyone.
Perhaps, you two, this is something that we should investigate after our business is finished here.
as you guys are all saying this, Mulric is kind of looking up at you guys with, again, furrowed brows, and he can hear you.
Okay.
He takes the letter and he puts it down, face down. So you believe that the Hammer of Durnskist is more than a metaphor, and you believe that your mother wants you to create it? Is that what I'm gathering, Flint?
It's possible. Can you hear me? Sorry,
Yeah.
I think it's not silent.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. It's possible. I didn't. You know that my mom was always out, and that if she was a keeper of Freya, then she was involved with this all these things. She definitely knew more than she let on. It's possible. I've seen some crazy things ever since I left entered Treston. I'm willing.
You cut out.
You just dropped.
Oh, sorry. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I'm willing to believe a lot more after what I saw in Treston. With all the things that have been happening, I think it'd be foolish for me not to take it into account.
Then I think you have your answer on what you need to do. Convince Holm and Aelg. And he looks at Kira to aid us. And then travel to Treston and try to find the Jindeep key. And then open the Earthforge without the Shalinstians entering. Forge what you would consider the weapons of the gods, which I don't know how to help you there. Bring the weapons of the gods back to arm the United Durnskist. And then lead us to your unendable war. Am I missing anything?
I don't think so.
Oh, yes, and he looks back, he picks up the letter again. And find the 2 remaining wolves.
I think we know where to start on that. Morok, another thing. Kira can feel the presence of corruption around, and she's feeling it all over us.
I was in the room when she said that, boy.
Yeah.
I heard her say that.
Okay, then you heard my conclusion too. Are you worried? Are you not?
I have no proof of any of this, boy. I'm taking your word for it. But until I have a reason to believe that my brother is doing something treacherous, even if he is a creature of the night, like you say he is, a wolf, what does that mean? Is that a bad thing?
It shouldn't be.
So, then what is your worry?
That he hasn't telling anyone. I mean, if...
Why would he?
I'm sorry, I'll look into things.
Do you forget the ways of the dwarves, boy? When do you ever know the Highcliffe or Tattered Shore business? When have you ever known? It is not our business. This is not a Dernkist. The only time a Dernkist exists is during that fucking summit. You are not a Highcliffe. You're not a Tattered Shore. Keep your fucking business. And he takes another swig of that liquor, finishing his 3rd glass, and he slams it on the table.
Shouldn't be our business if they are doing something bad.
If we have
Something
proof,
treacherous.
if we have proof that they are doing something treacherous, I believe, then it does become.
Then it's
business of the
yes, it does.
Okay, then we'll look into it.
As he as it calms down a little bit, Damien says, I don't know about these companions with me, but my goal is to make sure that nothing happens to your people. And I say, believe what we say, take it with a grain of salt, whatever you wish. And I unwrap my hand a little bit. I say, but the warning we gave you exists. And you can see the crystals poking out from my wrapped hand a little bit.
And as you kind of do that, he kind of tilts his head and he says, "You've embedded these into your skin."
This is why we cover our hands. This is why
He kind of sits. He kind of stands up, leaning away from the chair now, and he looks at you, Flint, and he says, "So he's one of these creatures as well. And so you fear you gain control. Well, it hasn't killed me. Doesn't seem he's out of control.
Have you been around him during a blood bath?
I've been around him for 3 weeks now. And the red moon. You're saying that it has to do with the red moon. So
If I may, I agree with your assessment, sir. If we can provide proof that there is some foul play afoot, we can present that. Otherwise, this conversation seems to be pointless.
he nods at you.
The only reason I'm showing you this is so you know what is possible. I'm not saying it's going to attack you, but I want you to be warned.
I understand and I believe everything Flint has told me. There's no reason to lie. Now what I won't do is jump to speculation based on observations that I have not had myself. I will not make decision without quantifiable proof.
If I may, sir, back to a quick question. Who is...
Yep.
Can people hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Because I was trying to speak for a while now, and I wasn't sure if people were hearing me or not. Go ahead.
Okay. If I may, sir. Who is the Jindeep? Obviously, they are no longer intact. But when they were, who was the leader?
As I told you, Olin. He's been the leader as long as I've known. An old dwarf. A wise dwarf. A good dwarf.
Good to know.
The man you've mentioned, or at least a man by the same name, Dernst. This is his brother, his younger brother.
If I may ask another question, unless someone has something pertinent to interject.
All I was going to say before, I apologize, was that we do have some amount of proof that he was in the Shalensi facility. That's why I asked if you were worried about that. Not if he's a wolf, or not if he's...
The Shalinstians aren't my enemy, boy.
They are picking up people and chaining them to statues. They are killing our dwarves by the hundreds.
Brother Flint, if I may...
They haven't attacked the Iron Fist.
Thank you.
Are you serious? Is that your mentality?
My mentality.
So I should not worry. They have enslaved thousands of your people, and you wait idly by while they set up outpost after outpost. I have seen their armies. I have seen what they are doing, plotting behind your back. And now you come to us and you say that you are not worried or concerned. They are your enemy, and you are a blind fool if you do not believe. Flint, should we leave if he is not going to see reason?
Avot, please calm down. I know how it feels. Please.
Avot just like fully steps back. He was moving forward while he was talking.
Sorry. This is not... We shouldn't be yelling at each other. I'm sorry I lost my own temper here. I'll bring you proof of whether or not he is doing something treacherous, and we'll talk again. Is that alright, Mola?
He looks at you as he's like reeling from Abot's outburst and like the three different outbursts. He says, "Have any of you ever been responsible for any life other than your own?" And as he says this, he looks at those children and then looks back at you, kind of scanning amongst you.
Past couple of weeks, months, we've had each other and now the children.
And simply the fact that you brought those children through all of the chaos that you have described to me says that you are unfit to lead.
Never I asked to lead, though.
Then stop trying to!
At what point have I tried that, though? All I've done was ask if you were worried about something. I asked your opinion.
Flint, you come here with stories. You come here demanding decision be made. That is not how leadership works, boy. Time must be taken to deliberate. Time must be taken to think. Patience is the key to rational decision making. I cannot tell you that yes, it hurts my heart for the men and the women that you say have been taken to that island. That Cyril also says and agrees with you that has happened. He has told me of it. But I cannot put men and women I have never met above the men and women that I have.
Is there like a way to leave? Like, is there an open door or something?
You guys are in a tent. You could walk out of the tent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Avot just leaves.
I'll work to bring you back to means. I'll figure out what has happened to the Tyler Shore, and I'll give you the information that is necessary. You make the decisions that you need to make, and I'll speak to Holm and tell him the truth. I'll use magic to show him that all of it is truth, and see how it goes from there. I'm sorry for the outburst. I'm tired. It's been really hard a couple months. I'll see you tomorrow. If that's alright. Am I excused?
As you ask if you're excused, and he kind of just stares at you for a little bit, makes you sit there, and he says, "You're a good boy, Flint. But you don't have all of the information. You don't have all of the insight, and neither do I. Neither do I. And I know that it makes your heart bleed for people. Mine does too. And I believe everything you've told me today, you and your friends. And if you can convince the other two, I will stand by you, and you can lead our people, to war. But you must understand, the Iron Fist cannot stand alone. And if it comes to an invasion from the Shalinstians upon this market and upon these lands, we will do what dwarves do. We will retreat to our fortress. We will bar the doors, and we will ride it out. We will not win that war without the Dunkist.
I'll continue looking, and I'll continue doing the best that I can to get you all the information that I can and to figure things out.
He nods at you.
Thank you for listening, Mola. I legitimately really appreciate that. Flint gets up and starts. Like, he gets up. I don't think they're supposed to be about, but he nods respectfully and starts leaving.
Does everybody else follow?
No.
I walk up to the dwarf.
You walk up to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I reach out my hand and I say, no matter what comes of this, I plan on protecting your kind. You asked if we've ever been responsible for a life. I have. When I was in the army, I watched countless people slaughtered, and I didn't act. Those ideas, those memories, thoughts haunt me. I will do what it takes to keep your people from that fate. And I put out my hand.
And he grabs it, and then he grabs your hand with one hand for like a handshake, and he takes the other hand and puts it on the back of your hand. And he looks up at you and he says, "And I appreciate you, and I appreciate your support of Flint. And I do not mean to make him believe anything other than the fact that I loved his mother and I love him. But I cannot make these decisions half-heartedly or without all necessary information."
We will get your answers, and I understand. It was a pleasure meeting you. And I remove my hand from his grasp, and then walk out.
Okay.
I dismiss Ivris, and I gather up all my kids, and I follow.
Okay.
Do I see Avot as I leave?
Just hold on one second. Carrick, are you following after them?
I still had another question or two to
Okay,
ask.
so Damien and Kira and the kids begin following out after Flint. What do you?
If I may, sir, do you have any knowledge of Ouroboros and its history of captains?
I do. I've been coming to this market for summits for many years. And I've seen the Ouroboros, and I've seen all the goods it and the other ships that come here have carried.
Do you know who, roughly 20 years ago, there was a Jindeep officer or captain, I don't know exactly whom, of the Ouroboros. He was killed while sailing. Do you have any information regarding that? Or would you know who to talk to?
I don't know of a Jindeep on board the Ouroboros as a sailor, but I do know that the Ouroboros was said to have aided the Jindeeps that fled. When the Schlinstians raided their home. Before the man that runs the ship now, a man named Rumarks. There's a halfling man and his wife that ran the ship. The halfling's name was Elijah. Elijah Olson.
Do you know how long they were in charge?
A good amount of time. Not sure the exact amount of years, but a good amount of time before Rumarks, who was a officer of Elijah's, took on the ship, took on the helm. I don't know the exact story, but I do know I met Elijah a few different times. Good man.
Do you have any idea where the...
You cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea where we might find this person now?
Elijah or Rue?
Elijah.
I don't. I haven't heard of Elijah or seen him since Rue took over the ship.
God, I wish Damien knew anything about Gil. You asked a question that I know, but Damien doesn't know.
Thank you for your assistance, and also thank you for your patience with some of my more brash compatriots.
Kind of looks at you for a moment, and as you think, I mean, he doesn't respond. What's your heritage, boy?
To be completely honest, I don't know.
His head kind of shifts, cocks to an angle. You're of the market?
Correct.
You don't carry yourself like a Highcliff.
I believe that my parentage may be of Jindeeps, which is why I brought up the question I brought up, but I don't know. I was raised in an orphanage. My earliest memories are from the market.
He kind of looks at you, looks at the ground. I was an orphan once too, boy. I know that feeling. And if you decide family is what you need, you come talk to me. And we will give you the Iron Fist name.
While I don't think I can necessarily appreciate the offer that you've given me. From my understanding, that is a very gracious offer.
Kind of raises his eyebrows.
I do appreciate it. If I may be frank with you, it as Brother Flint alluded to earlier, I have been in contact with Goibniu, and he is the one that actually gave me some inkling as to my potential parentage. I wish to investigate that further before I make any decisions. However, your offer is greatly appreciated. I feel humbled, and I thank you.
Kind of nods at you and he says, I hope you find the answers you're looking for, boy. But again, if you decide family is what you need, you come talk to me.
I get up from the table, I give him a head nod, and I make my way out.
Okay. And so as you walk out of the tent, you see Kira, Damien, and Flint standing there, and you see Flint staring across a few different tents to where Abot is walking.
Do I see Abot?
Yeah, you see him.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
he
go.
was just walking.
Yeah, I go towards him. Run, not running, but moving.
He's walking away from you right now.
All right, I go towards Abot, and as soon as I get close to him, like from his back, I hug him and just put my arms around him and hug him.
He stops, his head rotating over towards Flint. He doesn't move at all, but his head like an owl.
Abot, you have more heart than I saw on the entire continent of Preston. Listen, things are really hard, and talking to people is really hard for me. I'm really, really glad to have you.
Thank you, Flint. I don't understand their audacity. I've seen us all risk so much for others. I didn't even understand it at first. And he has the gall to accuse us of not being patient enough. In 100 years, while his people are in chains, I will make sure to tell them of his leadership and of his patience. But until then, what do we do, Flint?
I know it's frustrating, and it's so hard for me to be calm all the time. But now, and I speak to you, I lower my voice a lot. I need to see what's up with the Tattered Shore. We need to get our information and make use of it. It's the same as the armory. We scout first and act later.
Hopefully it ends a different way.
Hopefully so. But we can't make assumptions. Just but thank you for supporting me there. It meant a lot.
How far away is Kira? Like, are they still a ways away?
Flint kind of picked up his pace. Like, the three of them are kind of just standing there just outside of the tent, while Flint kind of ran up after you, and everybody kind of gave you guys your space. You're probably like 20, 30 feet apart.
Abot lowers his voice, or actually just speaks with awakened mind, directly to him.
Do you believe that Kira will kill him?
I've talked to her, and she remembers what happened in the mountains. I think she'll be calm. At least calmer before anything drastic goes down. She is smart and capable, and she's grown a lot since, like we all have. I trust her.
I trust her instincts, but not her decision making. If she begins to fight them, would you be willing to fight with her?
For now. It will depend on so many things, but for now I stand with you all.
Alright, let's return. Thank
Come.
you, Flint.
Thank you, Avon.
And Abot begins to just rotate the rest of his body to align with his head, and then walks back over to the group.
Yeah, and as you walk back towards the group, Carrick comes out of the tent. You guys all meet up right outside of Morik's tent. What are you doing?
Alright, everyone. It's really late. Should we start looking for a place to sleep, or do we want to start investigating now?
I believe a place to sleep would be prudent. I haven't heard anything from Goibniu, but I'll reiterate our communications and see if perhaps he would return my powers to me.
Alright.
If
We
we
still-
find an empty place, I have tents.
Yeah, so there's enough space pretty much anywhere you guys want if you wanted to stay near the amphitheater to set up some tents. Or you can go and start looking through tents to find empty one. These are because they're all very large tents, probably like for like 6 people.
This is a very intense place.
Heyo.
I think that finding a place for us would be better. Like, us look for an empty place that we could put up the 3 tents.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys kind of walk east of the doors and the tents, and you find a small space near one of the walls of the amphitheater, and you're able to begin setting up your tents and getting ready for the night. It's about the equivalent of like a 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning at this point.
While we're setting up the tents, I'd like to just sort of talk both to the party, but like loud enough that the party can hear me, but directing it towards Flint and Abot.
Okay.
He's right, you know. He can't just... He's responsible for the lives of all of those underneath him. He can't just commit to something without
I know.
proof.
If I didn't know, things would have gone a lot worse, but... Listen, I lost my temper. I know that he's right. But holy shit, some things are hard to hear. And
Listen, I think I'm the one that usually tends to lose their cool first, but he came at us from a reasonable position. He trusted you, he believed in you. I think that's more than we can expect from most people, based on what we tell them. I think for what we came at him with, he was actually very gracious.
I know. I'm planning to get him all he needs to make an actual decision.
Is
He asked for things.
Yeah, you guys are all hearing this.
He asked for things, and I'm gonna give them to him. I'm gonna speak with Holm. We're gonna do our investigation. We're gonna figure out this Earthforge thing. I'll make sure that he has all the tools he needs to make that decision.
And if I can,
I agree.
I turn to Abot and I say,
He seems like a very decent man. I do not believe that yelling at him is the appropriate response.
I yelled at him first.
That's fair.
Damien looks at both Flint and Abot. I put my hands on both of their shoulders and I say, whether we like it or not, that dwarf in there is going to be a lot more reasonable than the other 2, I have the feeling. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
We're not dealing with random townspeople or bandits or anything like that. We're dealing with leaders. We show them respect, and we'll get better answers.
I'll make her
Only
to avoid outbursting again.
Only push when it's necessary.
Master Abot, if perhaps this would help, imagine that someone came to you with no substantive proof and they were asking you to commit the lives of our party to their cause. And those lives could be lost, and there would be nothing you could do about it. How?
Right. I believe the current situation is a bit more nuanced than that.
I believe that you're not appreciating the magnitude of the decision that he's being faced with. If all of his subjects, followers, whatever you want to call them, die, the history will record him as potentially one of the worst leaders of all time, if anyone's left to record the history of the clan that perished.
It does not matter. I should not have made such an outburst. It was not tactical of me. I apologize.
I get the feeling that this isn't the first time he's seen something like that. You know, Brother Flint, I wanted to punch the fuck out of that other guy, Holm. But this guy was actually really nice.
Please don't punch my father.
Well,
Yeah, you wanted to punch Holm. Imagine how I felt when I saw it.
I've got some rules, I think, as you know, and if he keeps pushing me, he's gonna get punched.
Please don't do that. Legitimately, you're gonna get punched way harder in the crackback.
Maybe I'll punch him hard enough that you'll feel it.
Can I bring
That
up...
was a parentage joke.
I got it.
Okay.
I'd like to bring up two things. One, your gifts are gone, so good luck with the whole punching a leader.
Oh, I said I'd punch him, I didn't say I'd live.
I'm pretty fond of you. I'd like you to live, so don't do that. Two, I have a feeling that the coming days are going to greatly shift what happens, the events to come. Make sure that whatever you do, you think about that before you act. That's all I ask.
Do we still have access to the spell that I said we had it, but I'm not sure now. Do we have access to the spell that Carrick used on the Ilarians that made them tell the truth?
Lady Kira can cast it.
Good. I'm hoping that Holm will hear me, and I'm hoping that he'll allow me to use that spell on myself and to tell him similar things that I told Molruk. If nothing else, he won't be able to disprove that after I say it in that way. I'm hoping that I can actually ask for one of his priests, or one of the Highcliff priests to do it, so he has further proof, but I'm not sure how much that would work.
Yeah, how do you plan on putting this person in a situation where they would willingly agree to deliver incriminating evidence against himself?
Holm? Holm does not have incriminating evidence.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were
You're
talking
thinking of
about...
Aelg.
That's correct, yes.
Aelg will have to first figure out why Kira feels so many signatures around this. See if the Tatler Shore have implicated all of them to the Eularian treatment. If this is a new thing, or not. And if that's the case, legitimately just speak to Aelg.
I mean, honestly, them being some sort of werewolf hybrid thing isn't evidence of any wrongdoing.
No, definitely not. But it is something we could ask them about.
That's true. Yep.
We'll have to be more careful with this investigation.
I also think that even though we're in a fairly crowded area, we're not safe. We should still take watches tonight.
Oh, definitely. There's a lot of drunk dwarves. People may like to fisticuff.
I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about Cyril.
And that, yeah.
What does Cyril look like? I'm literally just saying this so you guys can give me a description, so if I do see him, I'll know who it is.
I'll describe him to him.
Okay.
He's an elven man with long silver hair.
That's all you're giving me to base him off of.
That describes a lot of elves.
Well,
Yeah. To be honest,
does he have any facial features I can go off of? Scars, birthmarks, anything?
I don't think that Cyril himself would come and kill us in the night. I'm sure he'd send someone if that was his intent.
Alright, what about this? If so happens someone tries to kill us, and I get to knock him out, do they have marks or anything that I would be able to identify them?
Well, he'll be an asshole before he'll be a gigantic asshole before anything even happens. He'll be surrounded by a bunch of people. He'll be surrounded by a bunch of people.
Probably children.
It will be very clear to you that he is, in fact, a king.
he's rich, so he
Whether-
probably has on fancy clothes and jewelry and rings and
Alright.
Well, I'm glad we got that sorted. Now, what is our next step?
sleep.
And in the morning, should we attend? We should see when the talks start. If they start immediately, we listen and use the night when everyone is drunk to investigate the Tapper Shore. We also should find a place to have the kids be a little safer than here.
I think we really need to figure out what our objective is with all of this. Like, it's great if we get the dwarves to commit to war, but war against who? The Shalinstians? To what end? That doesn't necessarily solve our problem. We need to
No,
address
that's
the
with you,
calamities.
right? You're the one who knows the most about the calamities. You're the one who understands that part a lot better than us.
Right. So, I look. I mean, I think my objective is to find out information and find out support to open up the Earth Forge, because that's what's going to get me my powers back. But what do we need to do?
We have several objectives. We need to cure Flint. We need to wage war against the worshippers of Melesh, Luch, and the others that are supporting the evil gods. We need to find out if there is truth behind Goyven's words regarding Savras. And our final objective is the eradication of slavery on Dresden and Balrog. Are any of these attainable?
Yes, but those are very grand. I think if we expect to ask the dwarves for their military support, we need to have a succinct and focused objective.
Alright, then for now, let's make it like this. First objective, try to speak to Holm and try to convince him. Second objective, figure out what's happening to the Tattered Shore and try to use that information to speak to Ael and see if we can get his support.
We could blackmail him.
Maybe. We don't know yet what's happening there. Objective 3, find out the wolves that are in Karnak and give them to the repertoire of Kira. Other objective, see if we can remove corruption from me and see if we can cure my lung, because honestly I'd like to breathe normally once in a while.
Flint,
Yeah.
if one of these wolves is here on Karnak, in the letter, well, actually, did I read that letter, Flint? Did she let me read that letter?
Not yet, but if you want I can give it to you.
Yeah, give me the letter.
Alright, I hand her the letter.
I read it because I heard somebody mention the wolves. Would you want to be the keeper of one of these wolves, if that's possible?
Would it even be possible? I mean, the other keeper gave you the wolf because she was asked directly.
I don't know.
If I may interject, I think another thing we need to figure out is how to remove the corruption from Lady Kira if she intends to cleanse people.
From her?
Well, every time she cleanses, right, she gets more and more sick.
She should last at least for a long time in terms of that objective.
Wow, thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say it like this, but my mother lived for a long, long time.
I mean, honestly,
Told
that's
me her teeth fell out.
Yes, but that was after I was already 30.
That was after like 3. You're only on 1, so I think we're good.
She's like holding onto her tusks in horror. She's like, I don't want my teeth to fall out.
Listen, she was like 200 years old at that time. You're gonna be free. Either way, we have some time to look into that. But it is something we should start looking into. If it is possible, I would not mind taking on my mother's legacy, but I'm pretty sure that's your mental to take. She called my powers a disease. I don't know where that leaves me.
Nobody's perfect.
I don't know how to respond to that, I'll be fully honest.
What were you about to say, Damien?
We also need to figure out how to get our friend his powers back.
I'm gonna work on that tonight.
If you can get them back, this would be the perfect time to show off your powers in front of all these dwarves. Show them what you can. Show them Goyblum's power.
What is a
Show
rallying
them
cry?
Just show. I give him a look, and then I say, just show them what we speak of about the gods is true. That you are their conduit to make these weapons.
Frank, a thing that I never fully understood. Do the dwarves have quote-unquote clerics, like people of
Nope.
the clergy?
So the first time that you have ever witnessed, I'll call it godlike miracles, is when you saw what Carrick, like basically this group, right? You never really encountered magic otherwise.
Okay. Then yeah.
And no one at least in the Iron Fist ever claimed to have, as far as you know, claimed to have interacted with gods or been granted gifts by gods. It's a very uncommon thing. That's why everybody always yelling magicians and things like that when you guys show off your powers. That's not the norm.
If you're able to get them, yes, you could definitely show them miracles. If that's at least one way to convincing them. So yeah, suck up to Goyrinu a bit.
Additionally, I've finished processing the data I gathered while on the boat. I'm confident that within Shilinsta, there is a rebel group that is rising. They call themselves the Men of Solus. One of the army elves that we have captured, Sharik, has joined their rank. They kidnapped the child of Sistren Delvis and ransomed them off, telling Delvis to step down. I do not know if they were successful, but what I do know is that they are intent on ending slavery within Shilinsta. And if we work together, maybe we can aid them or do something. I'm not really sure.
It's definitely something to look into. If we could rally more people, especially inside of Shilinsta itself, could have a lot more power.
Kira, what do we need in order to cleanse Flint?
I think we just need an open space in a couple of days.
Well, we have an open space. And we should have a couple of days.
What, you want me to do it right here?
Well, somewhere. But we are not currently being threatened, are we? We have many timers ticking constantly where we need to act within certain when.
So just
gaps are large, right?
So just keep in mind the just to set the scene for you a little bit here. You guys are up against the amphitheater wall. You have about 60, maybe 60 to 100 feet for yourselves, and then just next to that 100 feet is just tents everywhere, dwarves stumbling around, yelling and hollering. It's starting to quiet down from when you first got here. It's been some time. They're presumably starting to doze off to get ready for tomorrow's discussions. But again, it is a big open space, yes, but it is filled with people.
On the market map, would you mind showing us where we are?
On the market map. All the way up.
Okay. So, maybe we could trek up to the mountainside?
Yeah, so
There?
to your west, or sorry, to your east is just a large mountain range that you kind of see kind of peering over all of these tents and everything. And then to your west is obviously the ocean.
Okay.
Do we know when Cyril's speech will be?
No.
The speech is the only time-sensitive objective that we have right now. We have a couple days. If there was any time to cure Flynn, it would be now.
I agree, but we saw how the common people reacted when they saw the cloud of gas. How do you think they would react if they saw a 30-foot tall crystal with a wolf inside it?
Oh wow, they might be spooked. But this is
No, they might try to destroy the crystal, and I don't know what happens if the crystal or the wolf's previous body gets tampered.
I'm fairly confident that they will not take up arms and try to destroy the crystal.
But they might harm the flower.
That as well. And poor people, if they see a giant crystal sticking out of the ground, they're gonna find a hammer to try to break off pieces to sell. There was a guy selling rocks we just saw today.
Also, when you released that gas, you saw how much of a pain in the ass it was for me to get rid of those people. I just yelled a magic coin and threw it to, and they all freaked out. You think they're gonna be calm with this crystal?
Exactly. I'm not doing it in the middle of
calm. We
Can I suggest
some
something?
other place then? But this is something that we need to do.
I agree with you, but I'm not doing it in the middle of the market.
Can I suggest something? After or during, depending on how it goes, the summit, we are going to eventually have to go seek the wolf that is more to the west. To the east, sorry. If we do that, it will be a prime time to uncorrupt. I hope I'm not gonna die in 2 weeks. If the signs of me dying start showing up, then yeah, let's do it as much as we can. But if that's the case, finding the wolf and essentially cleansing me there might be the best way to do it.
Yes, let's do that then.
I'll have to ask the wolves where they sense the other wolf. Because previously, when we were on Trest, Ivra said that she smelled a wolf far to the east, and she smelled ocean. So I'm not sure if she meant Carnig or Bullrun.
Well, we can try it out and see if any of you find out like a doctor or someone who can fix me up. Great. If not, for now, let's sleep.
Yeah.
We're exhausted, all of us.
If I can just interject, I mean, Molruk has got to know somebody who can fix you up. I mean, that's a reasonable request.
Yeah, I'll see if I can talk to him again about that.
Yeah, Flint, you would know that there are surgeons within the Iron Fist, right? There's definitely people that could help you there.
Okay, then yeah, I'll talk to him in the morning or whenever it's feasible to him.
Okay. So with that, so you guys finish your conversation, and get into your bedrolls within your different tents. Is anybody taking watch?
Hey, bot.
Okay.
I'll take first.
I don't think you need to. I think Abot can do the whole thing, right?
Yep, Abot doesn't go to sleep.
Alright.
While Abot is preparing to sleep. Holy shit, that's loud. While Abot is, everyone's getting ready to go to sleep, Abot's gonna send a sending to Bombera.
Okay.
It's going to say, we are in Carnig. Do you know if Cyriel has found us? Question mark.
No response after an hour.
I'm looking through this bitch's eyes. What's he doing?
Darkness.
Sleeping. It's 3 in the morning.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna let the day slowly creep on up then.
Okay.
I would like to do something. I would like to. I just didn't know if it was my turn. I would like to just sort of get in my tent and just silently sort of not pray to, but commune with Goibniu, relaying what we've discovered about the Earth Forge, how to access it, what it's been used for in the past, at least what we've learned. Does that mean I've held up my end of the bargain? Is it sufficient?
Time passes. No response.
Can I snap my fingers and see if I can cast light?
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I want to do that.
You snap your fingers. Nothing happens.
I'll talk to one of the other leaders in the morning. Well, at some point. Then I go to bed.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything before bed?
I will do something. Flint is just before he goes to bed. Like, it'll take 1 hour essentially of watch with Avon, and while he's doing that, he is attempting to apply. He's essentially trying to join 2 spells together. He's trying to essentially cast at the same time enlarge and magic missile at the same time, trying to push himself forward in space, essentially. And it takes him an entire hour of trying. He's been doing this in previous nights too, but now he gets a click and goes like, wait, if I do it like this, Abot, listen to me. If I do, and I start essentially explaining to him, it's like an engineer would, like explaining the thought process to him to figure out himself other questions. He goes, and if I do the incantation like this, and I combine it like that, and Flint disappears for a second and appears on the other side of Avot and goes, oh shit, I did it. Did you see this?
He's like just sort of looking at him.
Holy crap. Oh.
That seems useful.
Alright, I think I'm gonna call this Misty Step. It has like a nice ring to it.
You're a
And
pioneer.
Could have literally called it anything you wanted. And he's like, nah, fuck it. We're gonna be safe.
That's funny. Alright, with that, you settle in. You guys all get a long rest. You get your long rest, and probably 7 hours later, it's about the equivalent of like a 9 or 10 in the morning. You start to hear lots of yelling and shouting, and one by one you begin to stir and wake up. As you one by one come out of your tents, you see a long line of dwarves. All the dwarves that were partying up until the wee hours in the morning last night are up and ready to go, and they're filing in lines of like grouped lines, maybe like 6 or 7 dwarves wide, filing into the amphitheater. The doors wide open, and they're all following in. Just all lots of chatter and laughter and yelling and cheering. A couple little fights breaking out, like people pushing each other. Nothing too crazy as they're all filing into the amphitheater. Long line. What are you guys doing?
Well, if you all want to start investigating or doing things around the amphitheater, I'm gonna go watch. But obviously, you're all free to do as you please.
I'll go with you, Flint.
Flint nods.
So the two of you go and start making your way to the back of the line. It's moving pretty quickly, but it's a fucking long ass line. You're gonna be waiting for some time. What are the rest of you doing?
Avot's just looking towards Kira.
I go back into my tent for a second.
Mm.
And is there enough room to summon Everest in here?
No.
Like if I stand in the entrance?
Shoot, her antlers would probably like take the freaking like stab through the tent, or maybe just undo the tent altogether.
Okay. I'd go back out. Do you think we should leave the tents here, or should we pack them up and take them with us? I don't want anybody to steal.
As you kind of ask that question, you look around, you see that. Excuse me. That. Yeah, I sneezed. You see that everybody else, all the other dwarves, have just left their tents. It's up to you, though.
Alright, I guess we can just leave them.
Okay. So you and the kids come out of your tent. What are you doing?
So it's me, Abot, and Carrick?
Yep.
What are you gonna say?
I was gonna say real quick before I walk off with Flint, I wanted to tell Avot to connect my horse Orion with Gaze's line.
It has to be a willing humanoid.
Oh, it has to be a humanoid?
Mm-hmm.
Never mind then.
Alright.
Avot's just watching Kira.
Why?
You can ask him.
Why are you staring at me, Ava?
I don't know what else to do.
You're just so beautiful.
Okay. Well, I guess it's gonna be hard to investigate with all of the dwarves inside the amphitheater. I mean, I'm sure there's a few that are gonna stick around, but there's no guarantee they'll be tattered short.
I agree.
The line is continuing to move, dwarf after dwarf, just filing in.
Do you want to see if we can find any tent that the tattered shore may be residing in?
Alright. Is there any place nearby where I can summon Everest that she won't be in direct eyesight of, like, the giant line of dwarves?
Nope. I mean, you could summon her behind one of the larger tents, but then, like, if she goes to... I mean, there's always going to be a chance somebody sees her. There's a lot of dwarves not in the line, but there is a huge fucking... 2 huge fucking lines of dwarves.
Okay. I'm just gonna take a minute to do primeval awareness and cast my senses around. See if I
Oh, yeah. The big line scattered throughout it. Scattered around you. Everywhere.
Can I look at the dwarves, like, immediately around me and see if I get any energy off of them?
It doesn't really give you, like, an energy like that. It's just kind of... You give this sense that it is around you. It's not like you can pinpoint it.
Excuse me, I'm just gonna head off with Flint and Damien.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So you kind of hop to and kind of run a little bit and catch up to the other two. kind of come up behind them, slap your hands on their backs. As you're walking down to the end of the line, it looks like the line is moving in the opposite direction as you, as you're kind of approaching the end.
Kira just looks kind of awkwardly at Abot, like shuffling her feet. So what do you want to do today?
Could you not find... Oh, he like pans his head over to the line. Are they all in there?
There's like hundreds all around us. There's no way for me to...
More than hundreds. More than hundreds.
Oh shit. Hundreds, thousands, many. I cannot... I just can't.
It's just a mass.
It's like trying to pick a drop of water out of a lake.
I see. Well, I can watch the kid at the tent if you want to join in the amphitheater. I don't know what else he would do.
Frank, how long would it take me to walk to like the edge of the mountain range to the east?
5 or 6 hours.
Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna... Abot, I'm going to look around for a place where I can summon Icarus that she won't be seen. And I'm going to have her try and smell for the wolves and see if I can figure out the general direction there.
That sounds smart. Do you want me to accompany you?
Sure. We'll bring the kids as well, and the horses.
Okay. So you guys begin to make your way east towards the mountain range?
Yes.
Okay. So, after about an hour, you guys are walking on. Carrick, Damien, and Flint, you finally get to a point where you've reached the back of the line, and the line has now moved up to a point where you are actually walking into the amphitheater. As you walk in, the space opens up, and you see rows upon rows upon rows of almost like pews. The pews themselves, they start at ground level, and then they're on planks of wood that get higher and higher and higher the closest to the back you are. So the whole entire amphitheater is kind of on this slant as it approaches the two gates, so that everybody can see and hear no matter how far back you are. The rows have just been filing in down the center, this long center alleyway, and then filing into the pews. It's about halfway full, and there's still more dwarves behind you. Are you guys gonna make your way and sit in the pews, or are you gonna hang out in the back? And how far in are you gonna go? It's filled to the halfway.
Yeah. Flint is gonna sit on the pews. Is it filled to the halfway from bottom up?
Yeah, so it's filled to about here. All of these are full.
Okay.
To about here on both sides.
Okay. So, let's sit as close as we can. And, I guess around here should be... Okay, because if we're too far back, I'm worried that we can't hear.
Okay. So you file in, and you begin to scoot down the pew. You walk up onto a platform. It's almost like a raised wooden platform, and you walk up, 8 or 10 steps, and make your way up onto this platform, and then shimmy down on the edge of the platform to seats that are far down. What's your marching order?
Damien will be behind both of them.
Okay.
Make sure no one fucks with them.
There we go.
Yeah, Flint will go first then.
Okay. So Flint, you kind of shimmy your way down, and you sit next to a dwarf that's right next to you. He's got a long sleeve shirt on, a long graying beard, and he looks at you. He looks you up and down, and his brow furrowed, kind of one big eyeball, kind of looking at you, and he looks back at the other. He's got two children next to him, two female dwarves, and then so two young female dwarves, and then another female dwarf on his head. And he kind of looks at you for a moment. He looks you up and down. You see, he's got this one earring hanging off of one eyebrow, and then another earring kind of off his ear, and they're the same. So it's like eyebrow on his left and his left ear. He looks at you and he smiles for a second, and he says, "Ah, brother! Ha ha! Take a seat!"
Thank you, I will.
Ah, a human too! Oh, Family, eh?
Pleasure to meet you.
This is my family. This is... Oh, I'm Yorlin. This is my sweetest. This is my sweetest Ashley. And this right here, the kindest heart, Kara. This right here, the beautiful Jarrah.
One of those was his wife, correct?
The one on the far end, Jarrah, was his wife. The two in the middle were like maybe 8, like from what you could tell, maybe like around 10 years old.
I look at his wife and I say, his name was Yorlin, right? Correct?
Yorin.
Yorin. I look at his wife and say, I knew a Yorin once. He was a right bastard. Keep this one in mind.
he takes one hand and he makes a fist and he goes to like fist bump you.
I give it back.
Yeah, you fist bump him. He's good man, and who is this one here? Looking kind of rolls back in the pew, looking at you, Carrick, in between them.
Hello.
Man, a few words. I like it. Take a seat. Join us. And he kind of pats his legs and like wipes the sweat on his palms off on his legs.
All right, I'll sit close to them.
Okay.
Say, the name's Flint.
Good to meet you, Flint. Good to meet you. Iron Fist, eh?
Yeah.
I know a good Iron Fist name when I hear one. Tattered Shore myself. Tattered Shore. Me lovely's Tattered Shore as well.
I see. It's fantastic to meet you.
I hear the Elegant, and the others will be talking about security and borders today. I'm very excited to hear if there's going to be any shift. I hear Moerk's going to be leading the discussion, and he kind of gives you a nudge.
I see. I hope there's not been many conflicts in terms of border recently.
Have you not been around?
Too much. No, sadly I had to leave for Treston for a little while.
Treston! Big man! Jara, he's a big man! And that's you two as well.
Sightseeing.
A little vacation. Well, things are good. I think you boys be struggling a little bit, but who am I to say? I think we should just, I don't want to impose.
We're here to listen.
We're here to listen. So he kind of turns and he ignores you guys for a little bit and talking to his family, and he's like tickling his daughter a little bit. He seems like a pretty fucking good guy. Are you guys doing anything during that time as more and more dwarves file in?
I turn to Carrick and I say, so, with the things we discussed yesterday, did you get success?
I try and snap my fingers and cast light again.
Nothing.
No.
I kind of shrug my shoulders. I don't know.
Sorry, man. We'll get it eventually.
Well, if not, I'll die a shit ton easier. And I give him a little smile.
We won't let that happen.
As you guys are having this conversation, another dwarf comes in next to you, Damien, and kind of looks at you, up and down, and then sits down next to you. For dwarf, she's actually pretty thin. She kind of looks at you and up and down, and she says, "Oh, the High Cliff taking in big ones nowadays, huh?" And then she kind of like looks over at like another dwarven woman that's next to her and kind of nudges. Flint, roll me a history check.
We will do.
Roll me a horny check.
Roll me a horny check.
Would I know what clan she's in?
Not immediately, no.
11.
Okay. You don't recognize this person, Flint, but She kind of nudges one of the another female dwarf next to her, and she speaks up and she goes, "Oh yeah, he's that's a human." And the other one's just like, "Yeah, you fucking idiot! It's a fucking human." Ugh. She kind of just rolls her eyes and then looks at you and then just keeps on looking straight and just shaking her head. You do anything?
I say, what clan do you belong to?
Irely, I'm Iron Fist. Iron Fist here. The other one, get out of the way! Get out of the way! She kind of leans over her friend. Miranda Iron Fist. What's your name?
My name is Damien. You two are just lovely.
The one closest to you kind of puts her arm on you. I'm not into humans, sorry.
I didn't mean it like that. Sorry.
But I appreciate your swagger. Who's this next to you? And she kind of trying to look around you.
Is he looking at Carrick?
Just trying to look around your big fucking body.
Oh, this is two of my friends. This is Carrick and this is Flint. There.
Hi.
They're good friends.
Any Iron Fists?
I am.
Oh, why don't you come sit over here? And she kind of looks at you, Damien.
Fucking thoughts.
I look at Flint.
You can go if you want to.
I scoot over.
So Flint kind of stands up. You guys scoot over. And what about that other one there? There's two of us, you know.
He's in a relationship. Hard.
Oh, that's. She kind of peeks around. That's a shame. Well, and as this is all happening, the guy on the other side of you, he kind of looks at you and he's trying to peek around the three of you to see these two fucking girls that are making all this noise, and he kind of nudges you. He's like, "Oh my goodness," and then you see him just look back at his wife to see if she heard.
Honestly, did the wife? Can I look over? Did the wife see?
Roll an insight check. So as you kind of make your way and you sit there, you can tell that she can hear all this. You don't know if he's gonna get a mouthful later, or if she's just doesn't give a fuck. You don't know.
I whisper to him. I say, "You are a bastard, aren't you?"
Big fucking bastard.
Hey, have fun with the wife later.
Oh.
I pat him on the back and go back to what I was doing.
And so as you sit there, two women just start to talk to you, asking you about. They first start with a question about your home, kind of understand where in the caves you live.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're talking to me. I thought.
Oh yeah, they're talking to you. You moved over. You took where Damien was sitting. Carrick and Damien slid down.
Yeah,
I thought they were
about
asking...
Damien's cave.
I thought that they were asking Damien to split over to talk to them, and he was.
No, he was next to them. They wanted him to move down so that you could sit there because you're an Iron Fist.
Okay, then I'm already.
You awkward fuck.
Yeah. I'll start talking to them. I'll tell them. I'll tell them about where I lived. I'll ask also where they were, and I'll just make small talk.
Yeah. So you guys start small talking for a while. Carrick, every now and then, the guy kind of next to you leans over and says something fucking rash and rude in your ear. After about 30, 45 minutes of this, you see everybody's demeanor start to change from the back filing in, and as you guys kind of turn, you hear hush, people going hush. You hear almost row by row it getting quieter, and out of the corner of your eye you see Mulric, Aelg, and Holm walking down the center aisle. Everything goes quiet, and they slowly kind of meander, and you can see the three of them are talking and kind of being jovial. And and nudging each other and kind of joking around. You can't tell if it's really a show or if this is just how they interact, but almost like there seems to be a lot of like brotherly love and unity between the three of them as they make their way through the crowd up these red steps up onto a platform. They each sit in front of a different flag, a banner with their symbol, and there's a chair, an elaborate chair for each of them. There's one chair with a banner. There is nothing on the banner. It's just an empty banner, and the chair is empty. The three of them sit, and they kind of talk quietly back and forth for a second. Nobody can really hear what they're saying. The crowd is still silent. In a moment, Mulric stands up and brings his arms out real wide apart. And then his voice seems to echo throughout this amphitheater. Good morning, my Dunkist! Welcome to the Dunkist Gratas! I hope you've drank well. And then he gestures to the other side. I hope you've slept well. I hope you've fucked well. And I hope you've ate well. I, Mulric Iron Fist, broach the topic of borders with the High Cliff, gesturing to home, with the Tattered Shore, gesturing to Aelg. Brothers in brew, brothers in belief, brothers in blood. And he kind of just lets that hang for a moment, as there's lots of cheers. Kind of echoes through, and then he kind of waves his palms around, and everybody starts to hush down into silence again. Brothers! The Iron Fist lands, trees, and hunt. They tire. The Iron Fist lean on brothers and request their aid. Authority to cross borders for harvest. 5 bas long, no longer. While Iron Fist lands replenish, the Iron Fist will harvest no more than 15 tons of food per bas. And it kind of lingers there for a second. Aelg and Holm kind of look at each other. They look out to the crowd, and the crowd is silent. Aelg stands up. Aye! The Tattered Shore will give a hand as a hand is needed. And he walks up and he shakes Mulric's hand. Holm looks at the two of them as they're shaking their hands, and the crowd starts just cheering and yelling. Your section seems to be doing a lot of cheering. There's a couple different boos mixed in and like a couple obscenities that are screamed, but it's just hard to pick out where the yells and where the different cheers and boos are coming from. Holm, looking at the other two, aye, the High Cliff will give a hand as a hand is needed. And he stands up and he shakes Mulric's hand. From the far center, or the farthest side, so like basically if you guys are over here, from like over here, there's lots of like booing and yelling coming on, and it's kind of louder than the rest. But again, the whole stadium is just going nuts with different things. Holm kind of raises his hand. Now the brothers will speak. Form your line. And everybody just like seems to know what to do. And dwarves just start pushing past each other on these like platforms. There's people falling off of the platforms. It just becomes chaos. And there's beginning to form a line here down the center of the aisle. The two girls that are next to you, Flint, basically just drop everything, don't even fucking care about you, and they run to the center to join this line. The man next to you, Carrick, picks up his daughter and just starts running and kind of almost put, as you like are sitting there, he almost like steps on your foot as he runs down to try to get in line. Are you guys doing anything? It's just like everybody's flooding off of these podiums and running for the center.
Should probably have asked how these things work, shouldn't I?
As you guys are kind of standing there, the line is getting longer and longer and longer.
Perhaps we should simply observe for the first day. We don't want to draw too much attention for ourselves.
Yeah. figure out what's actually happening.
After about an hour, so that like those words that the leaders exchanged about like like 20 seconds. There's this, over the next hour. There's this huge line beginning. As it's beginning to form, one by one, the leaders are bringing dwarves up on stage. Every time somebody gets on stage, they get to the top. One of the leaders kind of gestures to them. Seems to be they know, like, it almost seems like these leaders know every single person. One of them knows, at least one of them knows every single person, and there's some kind of interaction there. And then the person's voice kind of echoes through the stadium as they ask some kind of question about the terms and the topic that was just broached. A lot of the times, it's just a dwarf just getting on stage and just yelling some racist, just fucking nonsensical thing. Like, the fucking Iron Fist are pigs! And then, just getting off the stage. Sometimes it's like a legitimate, rational question. One woman asks, will the harvest be limited to deer and bear? Or will wolves and other predators be included? Will you diminish and ruin our ecosystems? And the leaders kind of give the best answers they can. And until the person is satisfied with what they said, it is a conversation. You catch this after 3 or 5, and you start to gather this is going to go on until this fucking line is done. Are you guys going to sit and wait and listen to all this, or?
Is the wife sat down, right?
The wife is still sitting, and the other child is still sitting. The father and the daughter got up and ran to get in line.
Okay. I look to her and say, Miss, could you answer me just a small question?
Yeah.
After the line is done, are there more topics to be discussed today? Or is that
she kind of looks at you and furrows a brow, like how the fuck do you not know this? But she kind of leans in and she says, after every question is answered, the Mulric Elgin home will determine on whether they can hold their decisions and their requests, and then the decision will be made, and then we'll go continue the festivities. Tomorrow will be a new topic.
Thank you.
Or if not tomorrow, then whenever the line is done.
Thank you. Legitimately. Sit back down, and I look to the rest and I say, so, you want to stay here and listen to the end, or do you want to go do something else?
You're talking to us, presumably?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm talking to the air.
I mean, yeah, I don't really have anything else to do that I think would be constructive. I think it might be constructive to see how this pans out, see if any riots unfold, if that's a thing, and how the leaders handle it.
You too?
At the moment, I see this is the best opportunity to observe the wants and the needs of the people and how the leaders go about calling the fears.
Alright. Then I'll have company.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys sit there and listen to all these concerns of these different people for the next what must be 8 hours. One by one, again, some of them just getting on stage and just yelling something, or just yelling something stupid. Some of them just wanting to be heard. Others having legitimate questions, from things about how are we going to handle the ecosystem to what happens after the border treaty. What happens if more is taken? What are the punishments for going beyond? And again, the leaders answer each question as it best suits them, and they are very diplomatic for dwarves, anyways. So you guys kind of sit there listening to this.
Oh, sorry.
Abot, go ahead with your say. Actually,
I was gonna say, I'm listening to this whole thing, right? Even though it's fucking boring as shit, probably.
yep.
But I'm also trying to focus mostly on Aelg. Is he there? Right?
Yep.
Correct?
Aelg is on stage.
I want to see. I'm just focusing a lot on his hands, his demeanors, and things like that. That's who I'm focusing on the most.
Okay. So again, as you're looking at Aelg, he's up on stage. He's got a red mohawk down the center of his head. His head is shaved bald on either side. Looks like he just refreshed it. He's got a braided red beard coming down, and then a clasp, much like the one that was around Mulrich's wrist, around the edge of the end of the beard. He's wearing a nice button-down shirt that's buttoned at the wrists, covering his arms, and he's wearing long, these nice pants. His shoes are flip-flops. He's very jovial. He's interacting with every person. Every person that comes on stage, he makes it a point to shake their hand.
How's that interaction?
It seems to be very casual. Sometimes it's a little more formal. You get the vibe that if it's not a tattered chore, it's more formal. And he's like the second or third to shake their hand, depending on the person. But when it is a tattered shore, they go right to him, and he puts a hand on the shoulder, and it's a little bit of a conversation that isn't being yelled out, so you can't hear it. But it seems pretty informal.
Okay, so early at the opening ceremony, when they all shook their hands, right, to agree to the trade deal, essentially.
Yeah.
Did our boy that we told about, essentially wolf powers, did he noticeably take interest in his hand at all, or was it just a normal shake?
It seemed like a normal shake.
Okay. Alright, that's all.
So you guys go on to watch this for the next few hours. Abot and Kira.
As we pan back to Abot and Kira, can we take a quick 5-minute break?
Oh yeah, we can.
I got a tinkle.
Alright, I'm gonna make my food real quick and be right back.
I've already done it.
Ew.
Alright, so with that, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Oh, Sarah, you still here?
Yes. Hello?
Wait.
Rip.
What? Hello?
Hello.
Hi?
Never mind.
What? Every time I click play on the video, you start talking and then I pause and then you don't say it again.
Is this working?
Oh my god.
Did you hear that?
Unfortunately.
I think I broke the soundboard. So
Good.
I might not be able to do that too many times in a row.
Okay. So what the fuck are Kira and Abot gonna do? Cause
So, things that we can do, right? We can try to find his tent using the wolf, but I don't know if that would work. They might just go out and go, oh, this was pointless, and then return back. Which would be a shame. But yeah, my thoughts were basically that we now have really good infiltration, so it would be nice if we could use it. Literally, I can teleport anywhere I can see or have been up to 500 feet away with another person.
Oh.
So.
But what about the kids? We brought out the kids with us.
Oh, but no, I mean like when we get to a tent, right, that actually has stuff that we want to investigate, you go in there, and then if something's fucky and something happens, I'll teleport to you and then I'll teleport us both away. Easy. Easy.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
I just want to find a spot where I can summon a wolf, be like, yo, sniff for Kalansi and Malahansa. And then I'll be like, she's east.
Oh my god.
Okay, thanks. And then, how many monstrosity fuckers do you smell around here? A lot. Okay, thanks.
I know we have back.
Yeah.
How worth it have these wolves been?
I love them.
Eh.
Oh no, I think they could do better. I think you need to tell them to stop being so lazy.
I mean, if we actually went out and hunted a lot more, I could give them offerings and make them stronger. But I can't really hunt when we're on a boat. I can't really hunt when
You
we're
can
in a
hunt
marketplace.
fishies.
You could hunt fish. That's how
Okay,
birds
but
eat.
how
Wow,
would I
fucking
get them?
failure.
What do you want me to do? Tie a rope to an
No,
arrow
they
and
fucking-
shoot a fish and then reel it back in?
They
Yeah.
fucking jump in the water. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But no,
Man.
that's how people fish. They throw out big nets, or
I don't
They-
have a net.
but you can fish with a bow. You just shoot at the fish. That's all I'm saying.
Been in the ocean?
Yes.
Okay, you
Wait, no,
typically
wait,
don't
oh.
see the fish from the top of a boat.
Yeah, but we can lure them in close.
Oh my god.
What are you guys gonna do? You guys going fishing?
Why are you
No.
so argumentative?
We're fucking telling Sarah how shitty she is at D&D.
Yep.
Wow.
She was saying that she couldn't have hunted while on the boat.
They were like, oh, your wolves are shitty. And I said, if we had time to hunt, I could make them better.
I don't know, they're just not really pulling their weight. Kind of lazy.
Yeah, why aren't they doing this whole investigation for you?
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Because people will mob them, and then I'll have to kill people. And then Cyril will know we're here.
Eh.
Done.
Oh boy.
Wonder when Cyril's gonna do this.
What did you say?
Actually see it. I wonder when Cyril's gonna give that big boy speech.
Eventually. Maybe never if we assassinate him first.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm back.
I guess we could. Like, we basically have a great deal of free time right now to do whatever we need to prep Carneg for the coming conflict.
Yeah, you can message Bonbera again. Be like, hey, wanna go out for brunch?
Oh, well, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, let's have brunch with Bonbera.
Brunch with Bonbera. Brunch with
We can
Bonbera.
have mimosas.
Oh my
What are
god.
mimosas?
Cyril has been such a bitch lately. You would not believe.
Did you see Yunta's shoes? Oh my god.
Yo,
What
Why are you
mimosas?
Why are you guys making brunch gay? I love brunch. Huh? Brunch isn't gay.
What are mimosas?
Nobody's. Oh, mimosas are like orange juice and champagne, I think.
Yes.
I'm back. Sorry. I was
Hello.
just away.
Calling
I wasn't
Cyril a
making brunch
bitch.
gay. I was doing a Valley Girl impression.
Oh my god. That's
Okay.
gay.
That's
I don't
gay.
know. All I was saying is, we should call Cyril a bitch.
I'll kill him. I don't give a shit.
Is everybody back?
Yas, queen.
Cat, me back?
Yeah.
Oh,
Uh,
wait, boss?
Yeah.
Rep us, you here?
Boss is here. He disconnected and reconnected.
I'm here.
Alright.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Abot and Kira,
Hello.
you're making your way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and you're mountain bound. What are you doing?
As we're walking, Abot is going to cast Sending. Bombera, essentially saying the exact same thing. We are in Carnig. Does Cyril know? What do we need to be aware of? Question.
Response is Cyril knows. That's it.
Shit.
I'm looking through his eyes. What's this motherfucker doing?
Right now, he is kneeling in front of a child. Child's in fucking rags. He's got a hand out, and the kid is like shaking his head no, and he says, "Do it." And the kid reaches into his pocket and takes out a couple coins and gives it to Bombera. And Bombera kind of scruffs his head and then walks away. You gonna keep watching him?
No, I'm not. Abot looks back towards Kira.
Cyril knows. Bunbury is being relatively closed off as well.
Well, I mean, we could have guessed that was gonna happen.
Yeah, I suppose.
He did say originally, the whole reason that he sent me on this mission specifically, or how he got me to go on the mission, is he said he had information about the monster that attacked my village, so if I talk to him, he might give me that information.
Do you want to go talk to him then?
I mean, not right now.
We have weeks.
Yeah, plus the others wouldn't know where we went.
That is
It's one thing to walk just a couple hours away, but his tent is far way away.
I would not want to repeat previous mistakes.
Yeah.
Abot's just looking forward, continuing to walk.
Okay.
How are the kids reacting to our surroundings?
They're kind of in awe, and they seem a little bit overwhelmed. They keep in Orcish pointing at different things at the markets and kind of like talking about them and saying that they want them and asking each other what it is and then like speculating about what it is. They see a couple different things that they're not used to, and then every time that they see people like interacting and like acting aggressively, they're like their eyes kind of go wide and don't really understand why there's so much hostility. Lots of confusion.
I start listening to their conversation, and when they have questions, I answer them.
Okay.
They're like, "Oh, what's that?" I explain it to them.
Okay.
Are there any stalls around that have like kid toys that we're passing?
Roll an investigation check.
Investigation. 17.
So after about like 4 hours of walking, you find a stand. It is a wood carver, and he seems to have a bunch of different wooden like statues and toys and dolls. There's a small wooden rocking horse. It's kind of just like picture a rocking horse, but just very small, maybe like 6 inches long. There are a couple different statues, like small, 6-inch tall statues, wood carvings of different like creatures, mythical and natural in nature. Anything particular you're looking for?
I direct the kids to get off the horses and walk up to the stand, and I tell them in Orcish, okay, everybody can pick out one toy, has to be small, no fighting.
Cool. So they each start they all get all excited and start running around this thing. This man is kind of smiling. It's a small human man, very old. And as he's whittling around, he sees these kids kind of running around. He kind of just smiles to himself and then continues his wood carve. Doesn't say anything to you. Baji comes back to you with this. It's almost like a miniature wooden sword, like a katana almost. And she, like, kind of 2 hands on it, kind of swinging it back and forth. 1 second. Let's see something. Okay. Alright. Lortar comes back with that that rocking horse, and he kind of puts it at your ground at your feet, and then with his foot kind of just like kicks, like nudges it, and watches it rock back and forth, and he's giggling the whole time it's doing that. Niga comes back with a it's almost like a cane, and it's like, picture a cane with a curved hook top, and then she's like comes up behind Lortar as he's doing that, and she takes the cane and she kind of puts it around like the back of his head and his neck and kind of pulls him off to the side, and she just starts laughing as she does that. Vola comes back, and you see her holding this very intricate, and she's holding it very carefully, very intricate violin. And she kind of looks up at you with these big expectant eyes and doesn't say anything, but she's holding on to it. And
I look to the wood carver. I say, "Excuse me, how much for this instrument?"
As she's standing there, actually, I need to roll. Hold on. Uh-oh. As she's standing there, Consif comes in, running over to you. So it's Baji standing in front of you, Vola standing next to her with this violin. Consif kind of runs over, pushes Vola out of the way, and as he pushes her, because he's trying to get Baji's attention, she drops the violin and it hits the ground and it shatters. And Consif starts waving an identical sword around in front of Baji and starts like hitting the other sword and like trying to have a sword fight with her, trying to get her attention. As Vola is staring at the ground at the broken violin and picks it up and it's all mangled and falling apart. And the man stands up and he like puts his hands on the table and he's looking at you as you just engaged him, and he's looking down at her with the broken violin. Whoa. Whoa. The hell. And he like just takes a hand, puts it to his forehead. Ovak comes running around just after that and has a statue, like a little carving of a wolf. And kind of runs up with a big smile on her face and holds it up to you. What are you doing? The man is just like looking in shock as that fucking violin's broken. That is the focus of his attention. The kids are all looking for your attention.
I grab Kansif and bring him over to Vola, and I point to the ground where the violin is just fucking.
She just picked
mangled.
it up. It's in her hands, and she's like holding it mangled.
I point to the violin. Say, Kansif, do you see what you just did?
She kind of looks at you, looks at her, looks at the violin, looks back at Baji, who's now staring at him. In Orcish, it's a dumb toy anyways. No fun toy.
Doesn't matter. You must be aware of your surroundings. Apologize to Vola.
He looks at you, and he looks at Baji. He looks at you again, and he says, He looks at you. I'm sorry you got in my way. Your toy was dumb anyways. You should watch where you're going. Can I play with Baji now?
I growl at him. Cancer. That is not a proper apology.
Looks back at her. I'm sorry your toy's broken.
Thank you, Cancer. You can play with Baji now.
And he kind of pulls away from you and runs over to Baji. And Baji's standing there and she just like looks mad at him. And as he's like swinging the sword back at her, she's kind of just ignoring him. What are you doing? The man is like, are you gonna pay for this? You need to pay for this.
Ebot, is there any chance you'd be able to fix it?
I need to be compensated. That was a very expensive violin.
Abot moves over to the violin and inspects it. Does this look like strings and wood that I could repair with mending, or is it beyond my capabilities?
Read mending to me.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Mending. The spell repairs a single break or tear an object you touch, such as a broken chain link, twice a broken key, a torn clack, or a leaking wineskin. As long as the break or tear is no longer than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it, leaving no trace of the form or damage. The spell can physically repair a magic item or construct, but the spell can't.
How long does it take to cast?
It takes a minute to cast.
Yeah, you're gonna be here for. You'd have to be casting it like, I don't know, 20 times.
It's up to 20 minutes.
20 to 30 minutes to repair this.
Sir, how much is this violin worth?
That's a 75 gold violin.
Ebot, can you fix it, please?
But wait, how are you gonna fix it? If you fix it, it won't be.
Abot rotates his head over to him.
If I fix it, it won't be.
It won't be what? You cut out.
No, that's what he asked. If
He's
I fix
asking,
it,
it won't be.
what? Question mark.
In mint condition anymore. What are you gonna do? Nail it back together? It won't have it. It won't be tuned.
He looks down at the violin, and then looks back up at him.
I'm attempting to hold my tongue. I would like to repair this instead of leaving here with you having a broken violin and us having not paid for it.
He looks at you with just like shock in his eyes.
There are children running all around this market, and you leave it low enough for them to grab and break. Negligence at best, but I will fix your violin.
He looks at you. He says, "I'll have Cyril's men take you. You can't just come here and break my things and then leave. That is not the way of this market."
Oh, that would be a shame.
Abot just he rotates his head and then looking away from him, and he has the violin in one hand and he begins casting.
He looks back at you. What is this, anyways? Why is the Savrasian here? What? He's starting to get flustered. This old man. He's like,
How much for the other things? And I point to the toys that the kids are holding.
he's like scanning your children, and the children are kind of just like running all over the place with these toys, and he's having trouble like gauging what they've grabbed. Hold on. $38 gold for everything they have.
Can I tell if he's raising the price because he's mad at me?
Roll an insight check.
7.
As far as you can tell, that's just what he has priced them at.
Alright. I start counting out my money. Say, I'm sorry about the violin, sir, but My companion here. I'm pretty sure he can fix it.
Okay. He kind of looks at you like disbelieving, distrusting as you fish out 38 gold and hand it to him. So, Ava, you stand there and repair that over the next 20 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, he's just slowly but carefully repairing it. He might take extra time just to make sure he does it right.
Yeah, the man is kind of watching in disbelief as you do this. He doesn't really understand what you're doing, but he's watching you do it. And as another 20 minutes go by, the kids all playing with their toys. You successfully repair the violin. It's back into mint condition. You hand it back to the man, and he goes, "I don't know how you did that, but I appreciate that you did, and I appreciate you paid." And he kind of strums the violin a couple times to make sure the tuning is right, and the tuning is exactly how it was before. Vola is still standing there watching all the other kids play with toys that were just purchased, so she has nothing in her hands, and she just looks fucking sad.
Would it be possible for me to buy the violin at a lower price?
What price are you thinking?
You said it's worth 75.
It's a finely made instrument, yes.
Do you have a cheaper one? Maybe that's one fit for a child?
Kind of looks at you and tilts his head a little bit, and he says, "I could make you one, but if you're gonna teach your child how to play, you should teach her on something worth playing on."
How long would it take for you to make a violin?
About a month.
Unfortunately, we're not going to be here for a month.
So what would you offer for this?
Is there any kind of favor I can do for you? We're capable adventurers, and as you can tell, my companion here has
A favor?
extraordinary abilities.
Well, how extraordinary are your capabilities? Roll an insight check.
Oh God, is he flirting with me? That's illegal.
Kira's just like, yeah, sure, here, Avot, do this for me.
18?
You could tell that there's something popped into his mind, and he kind of looks at you, like side eyes you, and then looks over his shoulder, and then like looks over the other shoulder.
Yo, fuck this guy.
I hate him.
He's this really like little old man, and he seems pretty innocent, and he kind of leans in real close. And he says, "There's a creature named a Basul down in the south of Karnig. The hairs are supposed to be the finest hairs to be used for instruments. If you could get me those, I'll give you this violin for free."
I've actually heard of those. Let me check my codex. Oh, they're the six-legged creatures.
They are. I've never seen one, but I've played an instrument, a guitar, with the hairs of a Basul. That would feed my family. If I was to sell one of those, that would feed my family for a month. Maybe a year. I'll give you this violin for free if you get me those hairs.
Alright, I will definitely keep that in mind. Do you have maybe just $1 or something I can give to this
Kind
one
of just
in the meantime?
gestures to the table of all the different figurines.
Frank.
Yep.
Does Lortar have anything? What's Lortar grabbed?
Lotar has a
Rocking horse.
rocking horse.
Okay. I gesture Vola to come over.
Okay, so she follows you over to the different toys, and she kind of looks at them and kind of scans across them And then looks back up at you and shakes her head no.
Vola, we're going to try to get you this violin, but it's going to take some time. He wants a lot of money for it. But I made a deal with him where if I trade him an item, we'll get you the violin. But I want you to have a toy you can play with in the meantime.
She shakes her head no, and she speaks up in her very calm and almost adult-like voice. No. I'll wait.
Are you sure?
I don't want to have 2 toys if all the other children have 1. I'll wait.
Alright, good girl, and I pat her on the shoulder. I love her.
I wish I
Okay.
spoke Orcish.
You're not even here.
I know. It's a side thought, though. I want to turn her into a little leader.
I bring her back over to the others.
And so all the kids are playing with these toys. At this point, Consif has realized he's not getting attention from Baji. He no longer cares about the sword. He just drops it in the dirt and walks away from it.
Cuck. I pick it up.
Okay. And you see Bajak standing there, looking at Baji and looking at Consif, and his arms are folded, and he just looks fucking mad. Doesn't have a toy.
I give the sword to Bajak.
Kind of takes it and looks up at you and smiles.
I go over to Kansas.
At this point, he's like just like rubbing one of his feet in the dirt, and he's just kind of like kicking dirt around.
Kansas, if we're going to be leaving in just a couple of minutes, is there any other toy you want? You have to make sure you actually like it, because I won't buy you another one.
I don't want a stupid toy.
Alright then.
Janso.
Hey, but do you speak Orcish?
Ah, shit, I don't. I just
No, but he
realized.
can probably tell from his body language he's being a little bitch.
I mean, I can.
Be a good mother. Yeah. Explain to him what he's doing wrong then.
I don't know.
You're not there, Flint. Shut up.
I'm not.
I'm not a mom.
Ava, just says again, or not again, he just says,
What is Jansiv doing, Kira?
He just wanted that toy to get Bashi's attention, and now that she's not giving him attention, he doesn't want the toy. I asked him if he wanted a different one, and he said, no, I don't want a stupid toy.
Well, regardless, if we put him on a horse and get going, maybe he'll have something that takes his mind off of things.
Sure, but he's also gonna throw a fit later about it.
Oh no.
A robot and an orc become parents.
Are we done here then?
I guess so. I go back to the shopkeeper. What's your name, sir?
Mikkel.
Gel?
Mikkel.
I heard Gil at first and I had a
I'm Gil!
I was never dead, bitch!
Playing the long con.
Alright, if we end up going
It's
down to
been a
the
while since I've
southeastern...
seen you.
If we end up going down to the southeastern part of Carnegie and encountering a Basul, I'll bring you back some of its hair.
Then I'll give you this violin. I'll hold it for you until then.
Alright then, I shake his hand.
And as you shake his hand, you kind of hold it for a second and say, on second thought, I'll hold it for a month.
I mean, sounds fair.
He nods and he shakes your hand. You guys continue to make your way to the mountainside. A couple more hours pass. Kids are all playing with their toys. Constance being a little bitch. And you reach the edge of the market and basically the base of the mountain. There's no discernible path that leads up the mountain. It's just kind of, and it's not like a sheer rock wall. It's just kind of a gradual slope.
Alright.
Abot rotates his head around. Like, no one here, right?
There's a couple markets, but they're like 100 feet off from the base of the mountain. There's a couple stands, but nobody really paying attention to you. Nobody in this area. There's only a couple stands over here. It's like 100 feet to the nearest person.
Do you want to head upwards just a little bit?
I do not care in the slightest.
Oh.
It's
All
up
right.
to you.
Alright, I start heading up the mountain just a little bit, probably another like 50 or 100 feet.
Okay. So you kind of go up the gradual slope, and as it starts to get steeper and steeper and steeper, you get to a point where you know that the horses are going to have trouble going up any higher. They're not fucking mountain goats.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Well, you're about 100 feet up, maybe 80. It's just been a gradual climb, but it's starting to get steeper.
Okay. I summon all my wolves.
Okay. So you're up about 80 feet up on the slope. You summon all 3 wolves. What are you doing?
Ivris, Shalens, Volrune, can you scent around to see if you can smell for Malahansa or Kalansi?
Smell like cheese.
The scent right along the mountaintops drifts down. Solen speaks up. Southeast. Kind of
Or both?
turns her head, sniffs Ivris, turns her head, sniffs Volrune. Different. Changed. Withered.
Okay, so that must be Malahansa. Are you able to scent for Kalansi?
Volrune is. You see that Volrune has kind of climbed up the mountain a little bit, sniffing up. East. Not alone.
Can you tell how far east?
Before the salt.
Casually pulls up my map. So, towards my village then. Okay, thank you. I turn to Abot. They've scented both of the wolves. They said that.
Incarnate.
Yes, it seems so.
That is good news.
Malahansa is southeast, but she's withered. Kalansi is east. I'm not sure how far. Volrune just said she's before the salt, so I'm assuming before we reach the ocean. But Volrune said that she's not alone.
Could that be where your village lies?
It could be, or it could just be another keeper.
That would be interesting. Either way, we need to go there.
And then he, Awakened Mind communicates the last bit.
For the kids. Do we
Yeah,
plan on telling them then?
I think so, yeah. Either way, let's head back into the market, and we can go gather the wolves another day.
When we do the clip, do you think it should be here?
He about like rotates his head and looks off. Like they're on the top of, or they're on the side of like this big mountain, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, the side is an overstatement. You're like at the base of it, right? You're 80 feet up. Like, you're not very far up at all. You're just on a slope, essentially like a mild hill that leads to the mountain.
He just looks out at whatever view there is.
We could, or we could go up top. Shalen said that the scent of Malahansa that rides along the mountaintops and drifts down, so we might be able to find where she's withered up on top of the mountains.
Okay.
I'm
We
not
can
sure
do
how
something like
close.
that then.
Alright. Are
Really?
you ready to head back?
Yes, I'm ready to head back.
Okay.
He like slowly mounts back on top of the. Or were they riding on the horse, or was it
Now
the
the
children?
kids are all on the horses and we're just walking.
Oh, okay.
No.
I didn't want them to run all around and get kidnapped.
I forgot. I would have told my horse to go with you guys as well.
Oh.
Okay.
We got 3 horses.
So you guys start making your way back, the 6-hour walk back to the amphitheater. The rest of you that have been watching, it's been about 7 hours at this point of just question after question, just mind-numbing, to the point where the last dwarf goes up and asks his question. And what was that?
Nothing.
Okay. And after the last question is asked and the line is finished, Mulric stands up. Aye, the Iron Fist holds the request. Aog stands up beside him. And the Tattered Shore holds the decision. And then Home. And the High Cliff holds the decision. And everybody in the crowd cheers and boos. And then the three in unison yell in Dwarvish, "My way drink!" And people begin to stand up and start rushing out of the amphitheater.
Oh,
What the hell?
Oh, what the fuck?
What happened?
Someone threw the initiative order off the border.
Yeah, it unlocked.
It was not me. I was on that.
Yeah, that might have been me. Might have been an accident. I was just messing around and I didn't realize I could grab it.
So everybody begins to file out. And with that, the first day of the Dwarven Summit concludes. Reaches out, as you guys kind of follow the crowd, file out of the amphitheater. Seems Mulric, Aelg, and Home are going to wait till everyone else files out before they leave. And as soon as they get out, people start pulling out flasks. People start running to their tents and pulling out kegs, wheeling them out. And everybody's just starting to get drunk. You guys make your way out. And as you do, you make your way back to the tent. About an hour after that, Kira and Abot and the children arrive, and you see the first thing you see is that the kids are on the horses, and they all have different toys. You guys are all now reunited. It's about an hour after the first day of the summit. What are you doing?
Alright. So, Kira, Abot, what did you guys find?
Toys. And more.
See that? They look happy. That was a good decision.
Thanks. We headed east to the base of the mountain, and I summoned the wolves. They said that they could send both of the wolves on Carnage.
Okay.
Malahansa is southeast, maybe along the mountaintops. They're not sure, but she's withered. And Kalansi is east, but she's not alone, so she may be with another keeper.
Okay. That's good to hear. At least one of them will be safe from withering or anything of the sort.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll also have. Maybe this one will talk to us. Maybe we'll get some information out of her. We'll see.
Hopefully. I was thinking that maybe we could go look for Malahansa along the mountaintops and then do the cleansing there. See if that works.
Mhm. Seems good to me. But we still need to investigate here.
Yeah, we weren't sure what to do while you guys were gone, since pretty much all of the dwarves went into the amphitheater.
Yeah. It's been an hour since they've been getting drunk. I wager one more and we should have them. They should be more than tipsy enough for us to do investigation without showing up too much suspicion. It's a good amount of alcohol being passed around.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are you guys doing?
During those 2 hours for waiting, I'm gonna tell the party I'm gonna go talk to Mulrook about the surgeon thing.
Okay.
Unless anyone else wants to do anything.
No, Carrick would be interested as well.
Okay.
Alright. Then I'll take Carrick and try to go to Mulrook's tent, see if he's there.
Okay. So the line has everybody has successfully exited the amphitheater and the doors have been closed. You make your way over to Mulrick's tent, and the flaps are closed, and you hear voices coming out from inside. Are you eavesdropping, or are you gonna just wait? You don't yet hear what they're saying, you just hear that there's voices.
I'll lean in.
Alright, roll perception check.
While he's leaning in, I'll sort of keep an eye out.
Roll roll a perception check, Eric.
Alright.
What was your
21.
21?
Oh, that's okay. That is a 4 plus 5. That is a 9.
Okay. So, Carrick, you're kind of just watching around, making sure that nobody's really paying attention to Flint as he kind of listens through the side of the tent. You hear two voices, Flint. Seems to be Mulrick's and Holmes. You hear Mulrick, "Oi! And when Boss comes, we'll be entering your lands. We're probably gonna hunt for deer specifically. And when we do that, I need to be sure that none of these fucking rowdy motherfuckers are gonna be coming in and bothering me men. Because if they are, and there ends up being a scuffle out there, I don't know how the fuck we're gonna do the PR. Dead dwarves in the snow is not good for anybody, you know that." "I know. I'll make sure the clan knows that they're not to touch any iron fist they find beyond the wall."
I'll step out of listening and just wait for a moment.
Roll an insight check.
Okay. Oh, that's good. I don't think I have proficiency on that, so that's a 21. 17 plus 4.
You kind of get the vibe that, despite all the showmanship in the amphitheater, this might be where the real meetings happen.
Makes sense. I'll wait outside the tent till they're done.
Okay. So are you sitting there listening, or like what are you doing?
No, not listening, just outside of the tent. I'll move a bit away from it, so that I'm not listening to their meeting.
Yeah, so you guys do look very, if you stay here too long, you're going to look suspicious. There's nobody near these tents other than you.
Okay. Then we'll hover. Essentially, we'll move from place to place. Maybe if there's places to get drink.
The nearest tent to these is like 60 feet away. You're like in a wide opening just near these tents. So while walking by them might not be suspicious, loitering will definitely be noticed.
Okay. Then can we still move 60 feet and be close by and move around the several other tents?
Okay.
Without just keeping an eye, just to see when they leave. That's it. But a ways from it.
So you kind of bounce around between the different tents. As you're kind of walking through, Carrick, one dwarf kind of stumbles past you, bumps into you, and just sloshes beer all over your chest. My friend, and he kind of pats you in the chest, like basically putting his hand in the beer that he just spilled on you, and then walks away.
Yo.
You want a tissue?
That's alright.
You guys continue to walk around and loiter around, the two of you. What are the other three of you guys doing?
I look at Kira, I look at Abot. I say, I think I need to go find some very expensive ale.
Well, if you would, bring some back for me, please. I have to babysit.
Oh, no. This isn't for any of us. It's a gift for our tattered short leader.
Ugh. She rolls her eyes.
I want to get in close enough to give this man a handshake. And I give both of them a wink. Say, would you guys like to aid me in this?
I don't think
No.
there.
Good call. I walk off and try to find a place to get ale that looks not like shit.
Okay. So again, it's all just tents. And what you do see though is there's a lot of just like dwarves all sitting around in a circle around a fire and a keg, and they're just like having at it. So presumably you could walk up to them and ask them if you could try some of their ale. There's no real bars. There's just sometimes you'll even see a table with just like mugs filled with some kind of liquor, and people are just walking by and grabbing one.
So let me throw it. Does it look like there's anywhere around here at all that I could probably get like a nice bottle of anything, aside from it just being
unless you get lucky and find a dwarf that's selling it or willing to give it to you. The nearest like actual like shop is outside of the amphitheater district, if you would.
I walk up to that group that you mentioned earlier that was next to that ale.
Yeah.
And I walk up to him and I say, hello, friends.
Ah, human.
You guys look like you know where to get some good ale.
Oh, Billy! Hey! This young dwarf, kind of like he's actually like in pretty good good shape, and he comes over and like real suave kid. He's got his hair slicked back off to one side, and he's got this mustache. His beard is totally shaved. He's just got this kind of like mustache that comes down, kind of looking like he's like a dwarvish Freddie Mercury. He's wearing like a fucking tank top. He comes over. He says, "Hi, I'm Billy. How you doing, mate?" He puts his hand out there.
Pleasure to meet you. Do you? I hear you're the guy around to find some good ale.
Oh, yeah, the Iron Fist. There's 2 Iron Fist lasses. Those are your girls. They've got the finest ale in this fucking place.
Where could I find those two?
You ain't going without me, friend. And he's like, "Follow me. You just a visiting, strolling on through, market dweller, huh?" As he kind of leads you off.
Yeah, as we're walking down, I just say to him, "I heard that the dwarves around this place can throw quite the party."
Take a look around. It's fucking trash. It's a fucking party. It's a Darnkest party, man. He's walking through, and there's like different parties going on. And this dude is just saying hi to fucking everybody. Like, this guy is just like, he's waving to different people, and he's like shaking different people's hands. He's fairly composed. He doesn't seem that fucking drunk. You haven't seen him drink anything.
As we're walking around, I say, what clan do you belong to?
Oh, I'm not in a clan. I'm a market dweller, mate.
All right. What do you think of these events?
I think it's fucking stupid. But the fucking Iron Fist lasses, man. Can't beat it. He like kind of winks at you and keeps walking.
All right. Have I seen these 2 individuals that he's mentioning? I'm assuming it's the ladies from earlier.
You're assuming that he hasn't described them. You're not there yet.
Yeah.
But he's just saying hi to everybody. He's stopping every 10 seconds. He's just like introducing you to people. Like, this is. Hey mate, what'd you say your name was?
Damien.
This is my good friend Damien. Fucking man can fight. You want to arm wrestle him? Big dwarf is just like, no, I'm not gonna arm wrestle a human. No. Bunch of his friends laugh. He's like,
why not?
Damien, don't even worry about it, friend. Don't even worry about it. Let's keep going. They're just down here.
Why do you not want to wrestle me?
Hey, no. We don't need it. He kind of like puts one hand on your back, one hand and like slaps you in the tummy. He's like, no, don't worry about it. He's a piece of shit. Come on. The guy's like, fuck you, Billy.
Why don't you want me to wrestle them?
Because you'll break his fucking arm. It doesn't fucking matter. Come on. Do you want boozing women or arm wrestles with fucks?
I say it very loud. Oh, is he weak?
Yeah, he's the fucking weakest shit. The guy just gives you the fucking middle finger.
I say, are you weak? Would you like to arm wrestle?
He's just, he like gives you the hands and he like fucking turns back and he takes it, like, he starts talking to somebody else. He turns his back to you.
I just say out loud, pleasure meeting you. And then I walk with Billy.
David, come on! He's like the guy's like, he's like 15 feet away from you at this point. And he's like, come on! You guys kind of like intermingle a bunch more and walk through. And you're approaching one party, and it's one of the first parties with any semblance of like actual music playing. And it's somber music. As this woman is standing on the top with a cello, and she's kind of standing on a barrel, and she's playing a cello, very large, like this very large barrel, and there's dwarves coming up to it one by one, kind of getting beer from it. You don't recognize this woman, but what you do see is she's actually definitely a woman, but she's actually got a fucking beard, braided all the way down to her stomach. Her hair kind of braids down into it. It's almost like wrapped around her head like a fucking bonnet. Her hair down braided into her beard. And she's playing this fucking cello, and she's going ham on it. And all the dwarves in this area are just kind of silent. Lots of men and women kind of just silent and just kind of rocking back and forth with the sound of her music. He says, right there, that keg right there. That'll fuck you up righteous. And he says, I'm gonna go say hi to some of me friends. Help yourself.
It was. Thank you for bringing me here, Billy. I go up to the keg and look for anyone that would know anything about it.
There's lots of people just going up to it, and so as you approach the keg, there's another dwarf that kind of brushes by you and just kind of looks up, like turns to like move, and looks up at you like you're right there. He says, "Hello. Excuse me."
Pleasure meeting you.
Hmm.
Is there a cup nearby?
Are you asking him, or are you looking?
I'm looking. So.
You look around, and there's on the far side there's a table with a bunch of mugs on it.
I'll take a mug and just fill it up a little bit. I want to take like the smallest sip before committing to this.
So you walk over to like it's probably like 10 feet. You walk over and you reach over, kind of push past one dwarf real quick and just kind of lean over him. Excuse me, and then the dwarf kind of looks up at you, and you grab the cup and you walk back. You look at it. It's got like a amber color with a hint of like zest as you smell it.
Or take a sip. Just a little nibble.
It's got this like tang. Roll Constitution check, please.
God. Wait, is it a save?
Constitution check.
Okay. Okay. It's still +3. Doesn't matter if it's a save or not. +3 is a 19.
It's got this like zesty tang to it, and burns your nostrils a little bit. Actually, you never had a beer do that before. Tingles your tongue and tingles down your throat. Doesn't burn, more like a tingle. You kind of feel it hit your stomach, and in your empty stomach, it kind of just sits there and tingles in there. That one little sip, and it's just tingling your sensation. You feel that tingle start to radiate through you, and it feels good. It feels good, nice and tingly, as that woman kind of continues to strum, and all the dwarves just kind of rock, sway back and forth.
I look for. Is there like a glass bottle anywhere nearby?
Roll investigation check.
Hey, +1. That's a 20.
The only glass bottle you see is a looks like an old glass flask laying in the dirt, no lid.
Shit.
I mean,
all right.
looks like somebody drank from it and then just kind of discarded it.
That I empty my flask of oil. Somewhere.
As you're doing that, a couple dwarves are looking at you. Not that you can tell. You don't see any like. There's no river or anything.
Shit.
A couple dwarves are looking at you as you kind of dump oil onto the ground.
I'm taking a traveler for later. This is some good ale. I say to him.
Billy kind of looks. Billy's talking to you. Those dwarves kind of look at you. Billy's catching on. Everybody's kind of looking at you. And he kind of just saunters over. He's like, "Hey, just don't cause too much of a scene here. She casts a spell with those songs, you know. Just be good." And he kind of gives you a pat.
Oh, I don't mean to make any trouble. I just sit down for a little while and I guess listen to her play and fill that mug up and act like I'm sipping from it.
Okay. But you're not actually sipping from it?
No, just kind of peering around looking for literally anything that looks like it'd be a halfway decent container. But just, trying to lay low while doing this.
Okay. So you're kind of just looking around, and you see all the dwarves. They kind of, as they were paying attention to you, they kind of shift, and look from you back up to her and begin to sway again. And as you kind of peer around, you see it's about 8 male dwarves, 2 female dwarves, both of which are sitting on different men's laps. None of them are really talking though; they're just kind of swaying back and forth as she just continues to play. And so, as you sit there and kind of every now and then you kind of catch a whiff of your brew. No signs of anybody walking by with any bottles or anything like that. And Billy finishes a conversation and walks over to you and he says, "Oh, you having a good time there, mate?"
Oh, I'm having a lovely time. This ale, though, is quite pungent. What do they put in this?
He kind of leans in real close to you. They put a hallucinogenic in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. It makes you feel good. It's a good time. You notice he has not drank anything. He's
Alright. Do I know, just looking around, can I tell, like, what kind of crowd I'm in as far as the clans go?
He told you that the Iron Fist women make the best, but you can't really get a read on who these people are.
Yeah, if they are actually. Okay.
Yeah, if anything, they don't like. Nobody's really fucking talking other than Billy and that one person he's talking to, who also doesn't have a drink in their hand.
Alright. I'm getting a weird vibe from here. Alright, I walk away. I stand up and leave with my mug still full of alcohol.
You don't say anything to Billy, you just leave?
Yep, just leave.
Okay, so you just walk away. Nobody says anything, nobody minds. You walk back. And as you do, the music leaves your earshot. And you make your way back through the town. And, back toward your friends. Carrick, Flint, you are, kind of moseying around near, Mulrich's tent for about, 45 minutes until you see Home come out. No sign of Mulrich, though.
No. After then, I see Home leave. I wait about 10 minutes, so I don't seem like I was looking into it, and I mosey over to Mulrich's tent.
Okay. So you make your way on over. Nobody seems to stop you. You enter, the flaps are closed.
I say, Mulrich, may I come in?
Oi, who is it?
It's Flint. I've got a small question.
Hey, come on in.
Here too.
Come on in.
I come through.
So you walk through, you look straight ahead, there's no sign of Mulrich. You look to your left, no sign of him. You turn right, and then he's sitting in that fucking bathtub.
Oh.
And
Is he playing D&D?
Nope. He's just sitting there, arms on either side of the tub. That bracelet still around his wrist, no shirt on. As you walk in, he kind of slouches down into the water, dunks his head, and then comes back up, and there's water dripping off of his head. And he's like, "What can I help you with, Flint?"
Sorry to bother during this time. I just wanted to know something. I got heavily hurt during my travels. I have a pierced lung. Now, do you know if there's any kind of surgeons? I highly doubt that during the celebrations they would be available.
They
But
are.
do you know of anyone?
You think people don't get hurt during these celebrations?
Oh, I imagined.
What do you need? What do you need done?
Well, my lung is pierced. I don't know specifically.
Your fucking lung is pierced.
Yeah.
Oi.
During the bleeding dunes, I got really hurt.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if we have somebody who can help you, but we can sure as hell fucking try, right?
Might as well.
Yeah. Just, stay here. I'll send for somebody. Are we doing this tonight?
Sure. If you want me to give you privacy, I can
He just stands up, butt fucking naked, and walks by you. His wiener hanging out. He walks over to the.
How big is it?
It's pretty fucking big. It's a fucking big schlong. He fucking walks over.
Is it just because he's naturally short that it just
Yes.
appears bigger?
Yep. Bingo.
Roll for girth.
Roll for girth.
God.
He walks over to the bed.
What die should I use for girth? A 20?
Jesus. He walks over to the bed and he grabs almost like a kimono and wraps it around himself, and then he walks past you and out of the tent. You following him?
I think I've seen this video.
He walks by you. He's barefoot and he's just walking through, and he's kind of just nodding people as he starts to walk through the tents. After about 5 minutes of walking, he reaches this very large tent, very long, large tent, rectangular, and walks in. There's two dwarves standing there, having a conversation. There's 4 more dwarves in the corner with a bucket, a mop, and they're like scrubbing down a table. There's 5 tables, like slabs, in the center, and Aye. Roland! The dwarf that was in the middle of that conversation turns. Oh, Morik, how can I help you? What? Aye, this boy here. He says he's got a pierced lung. He seems to be moving fine, breathing fine. I don't know what's going on. The guy kind of looks at you and like winces.
It's been a couple months since it happened.
A couple months? You've been walking around.
Months and stuff.
You've been walking around with a pierced lung for a couple. How do you know you have a pierced lung?
Well, when I was injured, it went all the way inside my chest, and I couldn't breathe well for a long, long time.
It seems like you're breathing well now.
Yeah, I kind of got used to it. It went bad when I got a second one. Never mind.
Oh, no. Well, so you want us to cut you open and,
If we could take a look at it, I would appreciate it.
Alright. Oh, fuck. Alright. Kind of claps. All the guys that were kind of cleaning up an area kind of run over. I need me tools. Boy, lay down on this table. Morik says, alright, Flint, you'll be good.
I'll be good.
You're in good hands. Looks at you, Carrick. You staying with him?
I give him a nod.
Alright. Have fun! And he walks off. One of the presumed nurses comes over with this big bottle, and she comes over and she's like, he's like, alright, no, you're gonna drink this whole thing, not half, not a quarter, the whole thing, you understand?
Got it.
Hands it to you.
Alright, I pick it up and take off the cork and check it down.
Alright, Constitution check, please.
$11.
Okay. So you start swigging it. Get about 3/4 of the way through, and Carrick, you just watch him pass the fuck out. Just totally goes unconscious.
Can I try and grab him before he collapses to the ground?
As you go to take a step forward, 3 of those guys rush in and grab him. And they heave him up onto the table. Alright. Boy, you don't need to watch this if you don't want to.
Actually, on the contrary, I'd love to learn a little more.
Alright then. He takes a scalpel and just like immediately just right down the side. Like, this is not like nice. Actually, roll a medicine check.
That is a 20.
This guy does not seem to be being very precise. At least that's the vibe you're getting.
Okay.
Are you doing anything, or are you just letting him? Nobody else is saying anything.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Yeah. It's not like I can really magically heal him. So, you know.
So, yeah, cuts down like the side, right under his armpit, and then takes 2 fingers, pushes them in. He pushes his hand in up until like the wrist, and then reaches down, and kind of down and around, and you see his facial expression changing, and yeah, Flint, they took all your armor off and all that when you're fucking passed out. Kind of reached around, put 2 fingers in it. Yeah, it's fucking deflated, alright. Okay. Okay, here we go. Takes his arm out, like, no fucking sterilization, no fucking glove, nothing, just kind of, slaps the blood off of his hand, wipes it on the edge of the table. Then he, says, alright, I need stitches, I gotta go in. And, basically reaches in there. Over the next, hour or so, you see him basically moving all around his body. There's 2 different incisions from 2 different sides, one from his back, they flip him over, and one from under his armpit. Over the next 2 to 3 hours, they proceed to literally sew his lung back together. It's fucking nonsensical.
Do I know if this will work?
You should roll a medicine check.
Alright. I know my modifier is a +8. So...
Fucking dwarves.
Okay, God. So 21.
Probably a 50-50 shot.
Do I know of any way to make this better? To give more than a 50-50 shot?
Call fucking Yabot.
Wow.
Probably not.
Okay.
Ring, telephone.
Is it... Okay, let me rephrase. Is it because there's a risk of infection? Is it because they're not using the right type of,
They're moving fast. They're obviously drunk.
Christ.
They're, flapping him all over the place. And just the fact that they're going to stitch a lung back together in and of itself is insane.
I guess, so conceptually, that's a problem.
Yeah, probably.
Look, I'm a physical therapist. I'm not a physician. I don't,
I'm saying I'm not a physician either. I don't fucking know. It just doesn't sound right.
I mean, well, so if it depends on where exactly the lung. I don't think he'd be walking. Okay, so there's a fantastical element to this, right? That is fantastical.
Yep.
Right? But ultimately, I mean,
you're looking for definitives. I don't have them. If you think this is bad, fucking stop them. If you don't.
Well,
Watch an episode of Grey's Anatomy.
You've never seen somebody do this. Carrick nor you have seen somebody do this,
Right.
so it's up to you and Carrick on how you think you would react. Your medicine check is this is probably not too smart. Outside of that, it's what do you think Carrick would do, and what do you do?
but if Carrick doesn't have, if
He
Carrick
has-
doesn't exactly know what would be the better option, then fuck it.
Then, okay, that's your answer.
Yeah. I mean, does it seem like he is stitching well at the very least? Or
You
is-
can't
is
see
that
inside
wrong?
Flint's body. It's inside of his body. He's got
so-
an arm. He's got an arm in his back and an arm under his armpit, and he's fucking in there.
So he can't see what he's doing.
Nope.
Like, he didn't open the chest cavity.
Nope.
And actually visually
The
inspect.
more you talk, the more I lose hope.
He's drunk for cup.
Look, now... What's his face? Alright. Oh boy.
He's still in there tinkering around as you're doing all of these thought processes.
What appears to be going on?
Oh, we're stitching them back together.
Do you need a hand?
No, we got it. There's two guys holding him on his side, like holding Flint, like so that he's on, like laying on one shoulder, like holding him up.
So,
And this doctor is standing at his head, one arm in his back and one arm under his armpit.
so they made an incision right into his side.
Under his armpit, yep.
Under his armpit. So visually they can't see, but he went in there and he felt in. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Two incisions, one in his back, so he's coming at it from behind, the like on around like at the shoulder, almost like at where the neck meets the shoulder, coming in that way, and then doing something up there, and then he's got another one under his armpit. I don't fucking know.
All right. Oh boy. I guess. What do you feel a hole in the lung?
Yeah, it's all fucked up in there. We're gonna stitch it back together. He takes his hand out again, just covered in blood, and just like shakes it off. Kind of puts a hand out, doesn't even say anything. The guy gives him another tool, and he just goes back in.
Have you done this before?
Like twice.
How'd it work out?
Person was breathing.
Both times?
One time.
I take it the other time they were not breathing.
Well, they weren't breathing before very well. And then they weren't breathing after.
Afterwards.
Yeah.
Right, I
Yeah.
get it, okay.
Oh boy, Jesus. All right. Yeah.
Here, why don't you let me hold his arms? This way you can use both of your arms on what you're doing.
So Carrick's gonna aid in the surgery to at least, cause isn't he like fucking stitching him up with one arm and holding fucking Flint's arm with his other arm?
No, he's got somebody else holding his arm up. There's two guys holding Flint up. He's got one arm in his back and one arm under his armpit, and he's in there, both arms.
So, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we're gonna have to cauterize this afterwards.
Oh yeah. That's what we got. That's what we got that over there for. And he kind of points with his elbow. He like points with his elbow at There's a guy in the corner heating a fucking sword.
I mean, Carrick nods like that's appropriate.
Oh my fucking god.
The guy takes his other arm out again, wipes it on the table, puts his arm out, and the guy gives him like a roll of some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like fiber.
Alright, no way I can help?
Oh, you're doing great right there, bud.
Okay.
And Carrick just sort of stays back.
Over the next hour, he's doing something inside of Flint with that fiber. So it's about 4 hours at this point. And some more time passes. Pulls both arms out. They just drop Flint onto the table. Then they say, okay, now we gotta stitch this up. Stitch him up under the armpit, stitch him up on the back. Kind of waves at the other guy. The guy comes with the sword. Flint still doesn't fucking move. Guy takes his hands covered in blood, wipes them on the table. I think our work here is done. That's gonna hurt like a fucking bitch in the morning.
Yep, you did cut into his side.
Twice.
Oh, that's right, yep.
Yep.
Well, thank you for your service.
Wanna have a drink?
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god!
You know, I got pretty shit-faced earlier today, and I'm still feeling it. I think I'll pass.
Wait, you're a shit-faced during the summit? Oh, that's, oh.
Well, no, I was shit-faced last night. I woke up, I was still shit-faced.
The fuck? You didn't drink any water before you went to sleep?
Rookie mistake, I know.
Fucking hell. He kind of walks over to the table, grabs a beer, and just kind of like swigs it and walks off to the corner and just starts like talking to somebody else, just like fucking ignoring you now. Flint's still lying there, unconscious. What are you doing?
I'm just fucking. I'm just fucking sitting by Flint, just fucking trying to snap my fingers, see if light comes back.
Nope.
Just two fucked up dwarves trying to get this shit back together.
So, you sit there for the next 8 hours. Carrick and Flint, go ahead and give yourselves a long rest. What are the rest of you guys doing during that time?
This is important. Do I get my HP back?
Not yet. Hold on. We'll get there.
God.
What?
Damien's gonna be looking for a glass bottle.
Roll an investigation check.
Okay, that was a shit roll, but 19 plus 1.
Okay. So you're kind of looking around, and what you do find is on one table that you walk by, there's a bunch of bottles of liquor. Nobody's really paying attention to it. There's probably 20 to 30 bottles, all full, unopened, all glass.
Excuse me.
A woman turns around. She's the closest one to you. Here's you. And says, "Hey, what do you want?"
How much for this bottle?
"Hey, not for sale." Turns around, ignoring you. Continues your conversation.
I'm not gonna steal from these people, so I'm gonna go continue looking for a different glass bottle.
Okay. Every now and then you see one laying in the dirt. Seems that if it's not in somebody's hand, and if it's not unopened, then it's lying on the ground.
Oh, that's. I mean, I'll take the nicest ground bottle I can find.
Okay. Yeah, after a while you're able to find one.
Is there like a good cork as well that I can find somewhere on the ground?
No. That's usually not a thing. If you're looking for a cork, your best bet is one that's
How
unopened.
are they closing the bottles?
They're using corks, but usually they're not with the bottle. You have not yet found one with the cork in it.
Well, I just need a separate cork, just any cork at all. I don't care.
Okay. So you continue to look around. Abot, Kira, what are you guys doing?
Ava,
About rotates his head and looks over to Kira.
Ah,
no, I'm not.
Oh, what?
I'm not like, what are you doing?
that's what he's doing.
I mean, Avot's just kind of watching Kira at this.
Watching the
God,
dwarves
okay.
and watching Kira.
Well, I guess we're waiting for Damien to get back with his bottle situation.
Yep.
So I'll just play with the kids
Okay.
while I wait to get back.
So, Damien, after about another hour or so, you find a couple different dirty corks on the ground. You kind of been collecting them. You got 5 to choose from, and you throw away 4, and you got one that'll serve its purpose as you make your way back to Kira and Abot. And eventually you do, and you've got this mug of ale and bottle and cork that'll fit it.
I come up to Avon and I say, "Can you clean this for me, please?"
He just holds up one finger and swirls it around a little bit. The dust and dirt and shit disappear off of the mug.
Okay.
What for?
I figure this could be a bargaining gift, or something to get us in good favor in case in case we're struggling in conversations.
Can I put poison in it?
Ooh.
I mean, I already have a vial of poison for that, but we'll see about that.
I do not know if poison will work on most dwarves the way it would work on you two.
I say, I still have one of those very, very potent vials from the alchemist. I think even a dwarf is going to struggle with this one.
Well, we can consider it a last resort, I guess. Either way, we should avoid killing him.
And he's looks back towards Kira.
I don't plan on killing
She
him.
shrugs.
I just am saying, if we ever do need to, I think it'll work on a dwarf. I'm just a dwarf in general, not these people.
Well, should we look for wherever this tattered shore is?
And maybe a nice ribbon.
To put on the alcohol?
To put on the bottle. It's got to be presentable. And I'm filling up, pouring the mug into the vial and then corking it after it's been all cleaned from Avon.
If we really need, we could use Kira's cloak.
No.
Put the fabric
She's
into
not.
her.
I've already messed one of her cloaks up. I'm not messing up a second.
Okay. So,
I don't think it needs a ribbon.
what are we doing
It would make
then?
it look nice. I mean, I'm up for whatever you guys want to do.
Kira, what do you want to do?
Well, I guess we could look around for some tattered shore, see what kind of information we can get.
Frankie,
Yep.
when I turn on the magic site, looking around, is there any like very blatant magic in anyone?
So you know that the magic site isn't kind of just the only person that ever had like an aura around was Gil. There's no like immediate auras around anyone. From the magic site you've seen is when you actually do see a magical aura is when there's a spell that is present or there's a person casting a spell. Or when somebody has such a strong, potent energy around them that there's just an aura exuding from them, as was with Gil.
Okay. Abot just looked back over to Kira.
How do we suppose that we find the tattered shore? Should we just walk around until we recognize one?
Well, I thought maybe we could socialize.
Oh yay, we're so good at that.
I would
think it's
recommend.
not bad.
I would recommend staying away from that area over there, and I point the direction that that lady was playing the songs.
Why?
It's just
Because
let's
Freddie
just say
Mercury before.
it's kind of something weird's going on over there, and I think we should just avoid it.
What, is there
Not,
an orgy?
not necessarily a bad weird that we need to investigate, just weird, and I want to avoid it. No orgy.
Oh, that's shit.
So we'll go everywhere but there and socialize. Kira, if you need to go
You're cutting
commune.
out.
Oh. 1 second. Hello.
Hi.
Abot says,
Kira, if you need to go out and commune with others and socially drink, I can watch children.
I mean, alright.
Are you going to join her?
hey, Abot, like, rotates his head over to
Are you sure you can handle the children by yourself?
Oh, I'm quite capable.
Here, let me teach you how to say stop that in Orcish. I teach him.
Okay.
I thought you were about to come up with the first Orcish part.
No.
Wonderful. I have all the tools I now require. You two can go out and have fun.
I pet Orion, who I'm told to stay with them, and I say, just keep an eye on him and the children for me, please. And then I walk off with Kira.
Okay.
As they walk away, Avot slowly and gradually rotates his head towards the children.
So when you do that, you turn your head, you see, hold on 1 second. Let me just check my notes real quick.
They're all gone.
They're all gone. They're all dead.
Before I leave I tell the kids that I'm leaving and to behave for Uncle Avot.
And when you are there and you say that, they are all in their best behavior. You walk away. Abot slowly turns his head and looks at them. Immediately, Bajak runs full fucking speed across the tent, out of the tent, and then just tackles Baji. Baji starts screaming and bites him in the neck. The other kids also start beating the shit. It just becomes a dog pile. The only one that isn't partaking is Vola, and she's standing there playing with Lortar's rocking horse, and she's like playing with it. And Lortar looks up at her from the dog pile, looks at her, smiles, and then like steps back, and then jumps back onto the dog pile.
Avon starts immediately just grabbing them and separating them, just like getting his way in the middle.
And so like you grab Lortar and pull him off the top, and you put him like behind you, and then next on top is Consif, and you put him on the other side of you, and then you take two hands and you reach down, you grab Niga and Ovak and pull them off each other, and as you do that, Lortar and Consif start fighting behind you, and it's just like they're just like every time. The baby's like over in the corner where Vola is, just kind of watching, sitting on the ground.
Is my horse able to like grab their clothes and like pull them apart?
No.
He has an intelligence of 6.
No. At most, he could like walk between them and try to divide them, and then they would just run under him and punch him in the penis, probably. Like.
Well, Avot tries to separate those that are not Consif and Baggy, and as Consif and Baggy continue, well, are they? So what happens?
Consif and Lortar are fighting behind you. Baji is on the bottom of the dog pile with Bajak, and you're just like pulling kids off, and as you pull kids off, they start fighting again behind you and around you. They're all just like. They're like playing wrestling, but they're just beating the shit out of each other.
Yeah, but it's just like it's like he's fucking like he reaches down, he lowers himself towards the dog pile. He grabs one kid with both hands. He rotates his body, moves them over in one direction, returns to the pile. Now there's a second pile of kids fighting behind him.
Yep.
He's like continually making different piles and they're all still fighting.
I told you had to say stop that.
Can we hear this in the distance?
As you're walking away, you just hear you just hear Abot like in this monotone voice saying "stop that" over and over again, but like in this monotone, "stop that, as he's like moving kids back and forth.
Should we go and help him?
You know what? I don't think we should. Can I keep walking?
So you guys begin to make your way, and again, brushing past drunk dwarves, making your way out into the festivities of the night, and that's where we're gonna end today's session.
Whoa!
What a fun session.
That was a lot of fun. So I don't get my constitution back yet. Damn. I wonder if I'm ever gonna get it.
You're not
That
dead.
did not seem safe.
That
So-
would have been so fucking funny
Nope, I
if he
accept
just
this
died there.
When you were describing the weapon, Frank, I messaged Soup and I was like, I hope it's a dwarven thrower. I want to turn one of the dwarves into Thor.
Carrick is just absolutely Thor. His god